that goes for the win.
And they win against Pacific Masters.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Masters will be your 3-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
It's another Saturday. It means it's another day for some CFS PH Masters. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone. And this is day 11 of the group stage. My name's Tatum, here with the one and only Sneaky Frog. Pre! Day 11 na tayo dito. Kamusta? How are you feeling about today's games?
Not gonna lie, medyo jaded pare kasi di ko na-realize day 11 na pala tayo dito sa CFS PH Masters. We're already almost at the tail end of group stage and I can't wait to start Tatum in.
Yeah, absolutely. Day 11. We got 3 more days. Tama ba? If my math is correct, we got 3 more days of group stage dito. The standings a little bit set in stone. No? We've got some teams, or 4 teams in particular, playing today. The first matchup going to be a battle of the South dito, UBEC versus Gaon. Now, realistically, UBEC still looking on form. What did you say, Snake? Despite their last loss against Pacific.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think every other team will still have a problem dito sa UBECMANIAC. I feel like Pacific really were just very, very prepared no para sa series na yun. So medyo na-caught off guard lang siguro dito yung UBEC. But realistically, no, any other team, they're still gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, absolutely. Gaon being one of those other teams. Pero before natin pag-usapan yung matchup na yon, let's take a look at the tournament format as a bit of a refresher as to what we're going through bago tayo pumunta sa playoffs and then into our prize pool. Of course, we went through 2 qualifiers kung saan nag-qualify ang ating top 8 teams. We went through the group stage, or we're still going through the group stage. And then we got the playoffs, of which the top 2 teams magre-represent sa Pilipinas sa Esports World Cup. Top 6 teams naman mag-qualify for CFS PH Regional Finals, and ang top 4 teams papasok sa playoffs with a prize pool of 20,000 pesos, 20,000 USD in total. Pero ang maganda dito, Sneaky, no? Every team has got a share of the total prize pool. Kasi kahit yung 8th place natin, may $500 dito.
Yeah, at least 20k to get you some food for at least a month. And ayun nga, at least you do get some consolation dito pare. But I think the biggest priority for the teams for this tournament is that top 2 slot in order to go to the ESWC. 2 million USD prize pool just...
Wow.
A chance to get the lion's share, syempre you have to go top 2.
Yeah, and it's a stack lineup as well sa Esports World Cup every day. Inaabangan ko yung mga talent lineup doon. Si Post Malone tutugtog. So of course, you're gonna want to take part in that. But let's take a look at the tournament schedule on the group stage. We're currently knee-deep in the group stage. Tapos na nga ang first 4 weeks. As you can see, the results on your screen. And it's a big jumble of numbers, but we're currently, I believe, in week number 6. So kita nyo naman guys, lagpas kalahati na. Actually, in fact, almost 75% of the way na tayo no, through our group stage. And as you can see, the matchups for today is gonna be a battle, a collection of Davids versus Goliaths, except for that last one, Sneak.
Yeah, for sure. I think yung pinaka-hype dito na matchup is probably gonna be that Team Secret versus Execration, which is gonna decide who is gonna be in playoffs and who is not gonna be in playoffs potentially. So, ayun nga, it is still a lot in the air for what's gonna happen this week. Yun nga, this day is probably just gonna be, pandagdag ng record siguro para dito sa UBEC and sa Pacific, unless may magawa nga dito yung Fervid and Gaon. Maybe, some magic might happen in the later stages ng group stage natin. But yeah, I mean, most likely na these teams are just gonna, collect another dub on the board pare.
Yeah, speaking of which, let's take a look at the standings, kung anong implications ng last matchup na yun, no? Team Secret and Execration, and of course, for the rest of the squads playing today as well. As you can see guys, top 4. Remember, top 4 yung papasok sa playoffs natin. And as it stands, it's Team Secret and Execration fighting for that number 4 spot. So it really will make a massive difference. I think actually it'll make or break their chances of making it to the playoffs, no? And both teams somewhat on shaky ground. Execration looking really good at times, but the numbers somewhat don't reflect it. We've been talking about it time and time again, Sneak, no? Execration, a team with a lot of expectations and talent coming into Masters. Not necessarily securing the easiest of playoff spots, but papiawan lang natin ng konti. Team Secret or Execration, who do you think has the better form?
I mean, so far, no. Feeling ko Team Secret has definitely shown a way better peak kumpara nga dito sa Exe. Pero Exe kasi, they do have the best frontline duo in the entire tournament in the name of Polex at CBN nga dito, pare. But they have played, pretty bad CF itong Team Secret and itong Exe na, kind of just wasn't enough to get it over yung mga better teams natin, just like itong UBEC at Pacific. So of course it is gonna be today's schedule. Gaon for first, and PE versus Fervid for the second matchup dito, pare. And ayun nga, I feel like Team Secret up against itong Team Pacific Esports, no, actually going into week number 7. It's actually gonna be very important as well para sa placing dito ng TS. So they have to win yung Exe. Kung di sila nanalo sa Exe, now they have to win up against itong PE. So the road's already tough para sa kanila dito.
Exactly. The window is closing for everyone, in particular for Gaon and for Vid dito, no? Two teams who are fighting for relevance in that top 6 spot. For Vid in particular, haven't won a single series, so it's a tough spot out here for these two teams, and it's an even tougher spot playing against essentially the top 2 teams in the scoreboard apart from EVOS na wala pang talo dito, no? So it's a proving ground day for both Gaon and for Vid, but we'll have to talk about that later on, because we have to talk about the teams playing in the first matchup first. It's UBECMANIAC versus Gaon Gaming. I mean, Gaon, we already touted this team as a solid playoff contender ever since CF has existed in the Philippines. They've always been at least in the top 5 in the country. But this year, it seems like it's been a rough road for Gaon, right, Sneak?
Yeah, obviously, having the roster changes mid-season didn't really help para sa kanila dito, but at the same time, it is, unavoidable, no, para sa kanila dito. And I feel like Gaon, baka ito yung result siguro of every single team getting better, kasi for the longest time nga talaga, sila yung tagaharang dito ng top 4. You have to beat Gaon in order to make it into playoffs. But now, with every single team getting better, I feel like they kind of got drowned out, and considering na I think yung roster nila nung off-season medyo na-rip apart, no? Obviously, JCT, Jam, tapos yung mga ibang players going into Impact. And ayun nga, with this roster of Gaon Gaming, I feel like they're still learning kung how to play with each other dito. Para meanwhile, itong UBECMANIAC, ayun nga, they've been playing together for the longest time, most likely. So, ayun nga, they have the best chemistry sa lahat ng mga teams dito. It's kind of them tapos itong EVOS at the moment.
It makes you wonder what happened in that series against Pacific. No, still a lot of questions as to what really went wrong for UBEC in that series. But the one thing I remember, one thing I have learned about UBEC dito, Sneaks, no, they're a team that loves to learn from losses. And as we've all known, this team is a team that came out of nowhere last year and they just sprung straight to the top. Parang it feels like itong team na to kasi they've got a ceiling that we don't know yet. And they're still getting there, no? So a loss here and there is, in my opinion, permittable. Taking a look at the team stats, it is, of course, an all-star lineup dito. Lahat ng players have a KD higher than 1.0. And the star of the show so far, of course, has been Kano with a 1.41, consistently leading the scoreboards every week sa Masters.
Yeah, I do prefer if a top team does lose, kasi yun nga, usually it's the second or third place team dito nga sa group stage that does get it, no? Kasi ayun nga, you do get a glimpse of losing. Obviously, you're gonna get that feeling na yeah, I don't wanna feel this again. Let's lock in for the rest of the season. And fully knowing naman, no, na nasanay na rin itong UBEC in being in that losing position, considering na last year their form wasn't too good, considering their time na kasama nga dito si Tanks was limited. So ayun nga, it was a work in progress, and I feel like we are still in progress dito, pare, but they've already made so much distance with it. Looking at the team data, man, I mean, it's really, really good up until itong Pacific.
Yeah, borderline perfect up until Pacific Esports, only dropping a single set to Execration. Looking forward to that final matchup. No, it's up against EVOS. Another chance to shape up or shake up the leaderboard sa ating group stage and potentially give EVOS their first loss of the group stage. But because of this perfect almost start, no, for UBECMANIAC, they've got a pretty secure slot in, I would say, in the playoffs. Parang mababa na yung chance na hindi sila makapasok sa playoffs dito, no. And I get we will have a chance to talk to one of the players later on. Pero actually, one of the players subbing out today, it's Loy, being subbed in by Dolph this time. And do you think they'll make a big difference up against Gaon, Sneaks?
Honestly, I do not think so. Kasi Dolph has already played within yung team before before pumasok dito si Loy, and obviously he was there for the run right before he came into yung roster where actually placed fourth. Not too bad of a performance para sa kanila dito, but I feel like Dolph kaya-kaya niya maglaro at a high level, and especially knowing na Gaon Gaming naman yung kalaban nila dito, men, I feel like kaya-kaya nila.
Yeah, absolutely. Dolph, of course, still very experienced player. No, wouldn't be surprised if he frags out in today's game as well. But there you have it. Loy subbed out for Dolph this time or this match around. I believe buong series, no, si Dolph yung maglalaro dito. Loy not gonna be playing in any of the sets today. But yeah, UBECMANIAC. Let's wait and see how they're going to play against Gaon. And I believe we have a special someone we're gonna talk to before the game starts dito. I believe we have Gano, the series MVP consistently for UBEC. Uy, Gano! Kamusta? Gano?
Okay lang po.
Ayan. Okay, Gano. Ito, I have a question first. So, I think last week nga ba yun, no? Last week or 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, you were handed your first loss dito ng Pacific. I want to get a little bit of insight. Ano nangyari? Like, ano yung nagpahirap sa inyo up against Pacific?
Ano lang po, miscommunication. Tapos yung teamwork namin, hindi maganda. Yan lang.
Naramdaman mo ba na prepared yung Pacific dun sa series na yon?
Oo.
Parang daming counter calling nangyari.
Oo.
Oo. Yun nga. Yun yung parang pakiramdam ko yung nangyari doon, Dadom. Pero ayun nga, meron din ako tanong, since sobrang lapit na ng playoffs namin, sino yung gusto mong makalaban dito sa top 4 pa?
Wala akong kitsino, yun lang. Wala akong nakalaban.
Lahat
Kahit sino, wala, lahat sila. I love it. Love the mentality. Wala dito kay Kano. Ito, question ko for you, Kano. I mean, alam naman natin, this is still the group stage, no? So, parang leading up to the playoffs. Meron pa bang tinatago ang UBEC na hindi nila pinapakita dito sa Masters?
Wala na po. Yun lang.
Alright. May question ka ba, Sneaks?
Ayun nga, men. Meron ka ba yung shoutout dito sa mga supporters ng UBEC, men?
Shoutout sa mga supporters, tas yun, happy festa kamagong kilati kay Sia. Shoutout sa iyo. Shoutout sa iyo, Tito GC. Salamat sa palit yun.
Ay, sana. Yun lang.
Happy Fiesta. Maraming salamat, Kano. Good luck sa laban nyo later against Gaon Gaming. And yun na nga, very interesting yung mga sagot dito ni Kano, no, Sneaks. Wala akong hinahanap na kalaban. Lahat sila pwede niyang kalaban. And that's very interesting from Kano here. The almost weekly MVP natin for UBEC. But let's switch over to our opponent team dito ng UBECMANIAC for today, Gaon Gaming. And we've talked about them a fair enough at the start of the day. It's been a rough patch for Gaon. No? They've been looking up to this year with a kind of revamped roster. They're looking primed and ready, but yun nga, no, unfortunate circumstance have led them to adapt big in the middle of the season at medyo mahirap, pero I love that the players here keep their mentality high. I like the way they approach the map. Parang very optimistic yung point of view dito ng Gaon.
Yeah, I mean, you got no choice in the matter, no, pare. Pag nakakuha na rin kasi kayo ng 4 na talo dito sa group stage, your priorities kind of shift. From making it into playoffs, ngayon you are trying to at least make it into regional finals dito, pare, which is at least yung goal mo is to get 6th or 5th para you don't have to play into the play-ins kasi knowing kasi yung mga teams na pwede pumasok ng play-ins men galing sa Impact. I mean, you really don't want to be swimming with the Sharks pare.
Yeah, absolutely. And hindi lang kasi Masters yung nag-step up yung competition. No? Impact din. It's been very fun to watch Impact.
Yo, Sunday Rooms is scary, man.
It's it's absolutely lovely watching some of the teams there play week in, week out. Shout out Matt Jess ulit. But let's take a look at the team dito ng Gaon who are they gonna be playing up against in the last 2 weeks of our group stage. Yun na nga, UBECMANIAC and then Execration for the final match. Yeah, we have to stay realistic dito. UBEC still one of the top contenders. Execration, you can count them at the top of the list as well. So Gaon, their odds are somewhat a little bit far. Pero I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful for Gaon. I mean, they have nothing to lose. I mean, that's the type of team that's very scary.
For sure. And I think especially na yung tail end pa nila na laban is up against itong Execration and it would be funny na kung isa-spoil nga ng Gaon Gaming yung playoff run dito ng Exe just for funsies para lang madamay. Malay mo, diba, they need to actually win yung series na yun to stay within the top 6 na standings. So, ayun nga, would be looking forward to if ever that does happen. But I feel like, overall Gaon Gaming, yun nga, with that kind of mindset, just full positivity pare, I feel like they can do some damage dito sa series na to, man.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned the standings. Nakalimutan ko na isang game lang yung difference dito. Isang game win lang. Isang series win lang yung difference between Execration and Gaon. So, may chance pa talaga sila makapasok ng top 6 dito. No? But I believe we have someone waiting for us at the interview desk. Let's take a look at who that is from Gaon Gaming dito. It's over to our 3-person desk ngayon. Frey.
Hello po. Rinig.
Ayun, tigas. Sige, tayo muna natin na...
wala ko sa Discord, Sol.
Hello, Frey. Salita nga ulit.
Hello.
Ayun.
Sol.
Frey, hindi ka, habang inaayos ni Frey yung mic niya, hindi ka namin marinig, Frey.
Di sila katungin ako.
Pag-usapan muna natin dito, Sneak, what Gaon has to do to somewhat exploit or maybe learn how to fight against UBEC. Again, narinig ko na si Frey. In a bit, we'll just switch back into Frey, no? Pero let's talk about Gaon muna. Yan na, okay. Hindi na pala, Sneak. Balik na tayo kay Frey. Frey! Kamusta, Frey? Kamusta?
Okay lang.
How was the vibes?
Okay lang po.
Alright.
Ayun nga pare. Ayun nga. Frey, obviously men, season didn't look too good para sa inyo pare, pero feeling ko ayun, masaya pa naman yung Gaon kung nasan sila at the moment men. Iba na ba yung priority ng Gaon ngayon, boss? At least maka-qualify lang dito ba sa regional natin men?
Ano po sir Snakey?
Ay, iba na po ba yung goals ng Gaon ngayon, boss? Kasi at least makapasok man lang sa top 6, na makapasok man lang ng regionals na ba yung tinitignan nyo ngayon?
So far hindi pa namin alam kung anong mangyayari kasi hindi pa kami nagpo-practice masyado. Kasi yun nga nangyayari, wala si Dre. Tsaka miss ko na si Dre din eh. Dre, if nanonood ka, miss na kita, Dre.
That's very sweet.
Nice ka, Dre. Support Andre.
Frey, let's talk about yung laban nyo today, no, up against UBECMANIAC. Obviously, UBECMANIAC, malakas sila ngayon. May special preparation ba na ginawa ang Gaon going up against UBECMANIAC?
Kakayanin namin maka 2-0 sa kanila.
Okay! I believe.
Sabi ni Andre.
Okay.
Kaya.
Last message, Frey. May mga message ka ba? May shoutout ka ba dito? Mga supporters?
Si ano lang. Andre. Dre. Wala na ko partner, Dre. Pati ano mo, Dre. Si Andre lang.
Miss ka na ni Frey, Dre. Pero maraming salamat, Frey. I love the energy. Keep it up and good luck sa laban today. Grabe, man.
That was a call for him to come back, pare. Grabe naman yun. Pero yun nga, sometimes you do miss your fellow rifler, pare, and I can't blame him. So, ayun nga, best of luck nga dito sa Gaon Gaming. We are gonna take a look at yung mga key players natin going into yung series na to, and it is most likely gonna be Vincent and itong si Kano. To be fair, no, Vincent, despite yung absence nga dito ni Trey, he has picked up his fragging by quite a bit, no? Kaso you're up against the best entry fragger in the country, pare. So medyo mahirapan siya na onti dito.
Yeah. I mean, credit to Vincent, no, despite the stats of the team as a whole, ang ganda pa rin ng stats niya dito. Decent pa rin yung performance niya despite playing from behind, which is very respectable. But as you mentioned, it's Kano we're playing against, man. In and outs weekly is the top entry fragger in the stat sheet. And, well, let's take a look at how Vincent is going to perform against UBECMANIAC's Kano. But, ano pa hinihintay natin? Tawagan natin ng ating backup to talk a little bit more about the matchup. Salvatore Ramon, pasok!
So, hey.
Ayan, welcome to our desk. So, it is going to be a David versus Goliath matchup dito. No? Ramon, let's start with you. How realistic is that 2-0 start na sinasabi kanina ni Frey? Do you think it's possible from Gaon na ma-2-0 ang UBEC?
I mean, nire-respeto ko yung tapang pare, no? Pero ginawa mo yun sa harap ng isa sa mga pinakamalakas, if not yung pinakamalakas na team dito sa Pilipinas, no? So, I respect it, pero realistically, man, I don't know, man. I don't really know, pare.
Yeah. Ito, Salvi, Gaon, a team that we've been watching for a long time. I mean, this is definitely a big task for them, especially going in a very rough year. Like, if you try to put yourself in their shoes, ano yung gusto mong gawin? Like, ano yung goal mo na lang for this year? Kasi sabi din nila, hindi nila alam anong goal nila this year. Try to make the most out of each matchup. Pero if you were in their shoes, what would your goal be?
For me siguro, no, yung tapyasin na lang yung top 6 para makapag-qualify ng regional finals. And hopefully yung regional finals is maging lesson na para sa kanila na mas galingan pa, mas pagbutihin pa yung pag-iensayo at lalong-lalo na talagang buwagin lahat ng mga expectations sa Gaon Gaming, no, na hanggang dito na lang sila. Sana nga maging stepping stone yun para sa lumalaki pang franchise, considering na kalahating dekada na natin nakikita si Gaon Gaming na nagko-compete dito sa PH Masters, and hopefully ito na yung taon na maging big break para sa kanila.
Hopefully. I mean, it's for sure a rough start, pero hindi pa naman tapos ang taon natin dito, no? Is David gonna conquer Goliath today? Alam mo, gusto ko na shoutout yung naglalagay ng lower thirds natin dyan, ha? Kung napapansin nyo, men, ang spicy, no? Ang spicy nung sinusulat niya minsan. Men, may natandaan ako, sinabi niya, sinabon, binanlawan. Nakakatakot, men. What the heck? Pero ito, handa na tayo sa ating map, Vito. Sneak, seating, makakita tayo ng subbase today.
Any compounders?
Okay.
This is okay. Mexico, Eagle Eye, Ankara. I guess we're partaking in the newer maps natin dito sa map pool, pare. Mexico, I low-key expected kasi yun nga, Gaon is in a position where they can pick it. Eagle Eye, expected galing sa UM, no, since walang sub-base. And yeah, I mean, Ankara, I guess that was what was left na lang, pare. Kasi ayun nga, I guess they wanted to play that for map 3, pero yun nga, kind of a curveball of a map dito, pare.
Yeah, Eagle Eye, a map that UBECMANIAC has been picking over and over again, no? So, I love that we're seeing a lot of presence of Eagle Eye dito. Chris, you think we're gonna see some new strats to come out from UBEC?
From UBEC, definitely, I'm feeling ko hindi masyado, pare, no? Kasi parang they're in a state na siguro there's some time for experimentation, pero I'm expecting them to just not change up too much, no? The sub into Loy is also gonna play into a factor into this as well. I'm pretty sure they've been practicing this, nang keeping that in mind. So I'm not expecting any changes whatsoever from UBEC, but I do hope that Gaon does put up a fight.
Okay, let me ask you this, Salvi. Mexico, a map that we all love very, very much.
Talaga.
Gaon's sometimes explosive yung playstyle nila, no? When strats go out the window, Gaon, they're just gonna go in. They're gonna look for fights. You think Mexico is a potential place for upset dito for Gaon?
Well, absolutely,
Can they take down
no?
UBEC?
This is a map talaga, no, na matagal na ring na-upset dito ang UBECMANIAC with matches, being able to take them down dito sa mapa na to. At kung gagawa ng magandang kwento ang Gaon Gaming para sa panimulang araw ngayong Sabado, talunin na nila ang UBECMANIAC dito sa mapan to na bilang sa daliri kung ilang beses nga nilalaro to ng UM, no? And I feel like yung dalawang beses na nakalaban nila yung mga top teams, that being EVOS and Pacific, magandang platform yun actually para mas mapabuti ng Gaon Gaming yung chances nila dito at mas umangat sila sa competition.
Yeah, which actually plays into the fact of why or bakit laging pinipili ng Gaon tong mapang to. No? Learn as much as they can from the top teams, especially dahil yung mga teams na lang na yun, yung mga kalaban nila. Remember, Execration yung susunod na mga kalaban ng Gaon dito. They might as well pick that there. But speaking of picks, let's take a pick sa ating predictions. Who do you think is gonna win at ano yung score natin? Mauna na ako it's gonna be, I think, a 2-0 for UBECMANIAC. Sneaks, what's your
expecting
take?
something else, Dadum? You're
Yun yung narinig ko sa'yo, Daydum, noon na pre-show.
2-0.
You're
Yeah,
lying.
2-0 UBEC para sa akin. I feel like it is kind of obvious. I mean, at the same time, I still wish luck dito sa Gaon, man. So at least a fight dito sa series na to.
Yeah, not much to say other than 2-0 for UBEC talaga, no? This is a team that really has polished like almost every aspect sa game nila ngayon. So, Gaon have to be ready.
Boss March, Atelay, sorry po. Pero UBECMANIAC 2-0 po tayo dito, no? Dadalan po tayo sa kabila. Sa Ria 7 na lang po tayo. Baka sakali may laban pa po tayo sa Impact, no? So, well, 2-0, UBECMANIAC.
Alright, 2-0 for everyone's predictions dito. And to the surprise of nobody, no, UBEC is kind of like a standard. Well, even after their loss against Pacific in the last matches series, no. So yeah, Gaon, they have a potential to show us something new, perhaps. I think especially in Mexico, pero in Eagle Eye kasi in particular, UBEC have been innovating. They've been stepping up the competition sa Eagle Eye, no. Other teams learning from them as well. Team Secret. Maybe even Gaon may matutunang strat sa kanila today, no, which I absolutely love. But we'll have to wait and see how that turns out. It's Mexico 2. I am looking forward to watching that. But I believe we are ready with the first map, first set. So Salvi, Ramon, take it away.
Another day, another rumble in Cebu ngayon sa pagsisimula ng UBECMANIAC versus Gaon Gaming. At isipin mo yun, Salvi, no? Sa mukha ng mga pinakamalakas na team sa Pilipinas, sinabi pa ni Frey, ito 2-0 din nila ang UBECMANIAC. Alam mo yun, para mas matapang pa sa kaping barako na hitad nila sa atin dito sa broadcast, pare, no?
Winning mentality lang para kay Frey, no? At hindi na bago yan na para sa kanya na magsabi ng mga ganong klaseng claims kasi ever since din naman si Frey ang gusto niya lang ang hangad niya lang naman dito sa PH Masters is manalo hanggang dulo. Yun lang naman talaga, no? At hindi mo talaga ipagkakait na tama lang naman yung iniisip dito ni Frey. Pero with the bold claim comes comes with respect nga naman talaga. Kung kaya nga talaga back upin yung sinabi doon ni Frey, di mas maganda talaga, no? First two maps hindi bago to para sa Gaon Gaming, hopefully something of a leverage para magamit nila up against UBECMANIAC, no?
Yeah, definitely, pare. And especially now, they're kind of heralding yung talagang title na yun, parang ine-embrace na nila na baka nga sila nga ang kailangan maging gatekeepers. Pero in this case, against UBEC, walang gate na may kikip dito So really, ang hinahanap na lang nila dito is to look for some damage dito, no? And a statement to be made, no? What if sa headlines makikita natin sa Crossfire Times na panalo ng Gaon Gaming ang laban against UBECMANIAC? That's consideringly a very, very good headline, no? Pero still, they're up against UBECMANIAC who, let's be clear, despite the sub out, parang wala masyadong magiging changes dito, no? Dolph's been in the roster even before Loy has actually been in it, no? So parang the experience is still there, and honestly, the identity doesn't really change as much, no? Do you agree with that, Salvi?
Yeah, definitely. You can feel naman, no, na Gaon Gaming has utilized a lot of the elements na meron sa larong to para maging lamang sila dito sa laban na to. Kasi since July 2024 pa nag-compete talaga si Dolph, no, professionally up against I believe both Pacific and matches in the span of 2 days. So in terms of experience, no, merong wealth dito ang Gaon Gaming, pero sa pagdating na lang sa consistency sa performance at lalo na nga rin sa init ng competition, UBECMANIAC pa nga rin talaga, no? And I feel like yung kung magbabase din naman tayo sa naging performance nila from the past weeks or so, nando pa rin naman ang UBECMANIAC sa usapan ng kalamangan talaga. Pero ang Gaon Gaming hindi naman yan na basta-bastang team na sumali lang dito sa PH Masters. Yan may hangad din yan para maging kampiyon at mag-represent din ng Philippines balang araw. So with all of that combined, meron pa ding passion at meron pa ding init, meron pa ding galit tong GG na to, no? So hopefully ito na yung laban na to bilang isang magandang statement, no? So UBECMANIAC, Gaon Gaming, best of luck para sa kanilang dalawa at bigyan nyo kami ng magandang laban.
Hopefully, no? Yun talaga ang hinahanap natin dito sa broadcast. So, yung mga viewers natin, malaki ang shoutout lang from the broadcast as well. Kung gusto nyo naman ilabas yung inyong predictions as well, pwede kayo sumama. I-comment nyo lang dito kung sino yung sinusuportahan ninyo. Kung kayo ba ay Bunal Ubek o ang Bunal GG nga naman dara dito. No? So, hopefully, makapanalo nga yung paborito nyong teams dito at syempre mapansin nila dito kasi talaga nga namang napaka-active ng Crossfire community as well sa pagdaganap ng mga nangyayari natin dito sa PH Masters, ang isang tournament na tinututukan ng lahat sa community natin. No? So hopefully, we get ourselves a really, really good game on our hands even though 2-0 yung mga na-predict na isa dito. And let's talk a little bit about the players themselves. No? Let's go towards Gaon Gaming for the time being. Kasi yun nga, no? Parang ilang beses natin na-reference yung pagkawala ni Dre dito. Pero paulit-ulit na kasi yung conversation.
Dito naman ako.
Yung mga constants, di ba? Okay na okay pa rin naman silang players, pare.
Andito naman ako. Sino ba yung nahanap mo, pre? Sino ba Dre na hanap mo? Ay, okay, my bad pala.
Sorry.
Ibang Dre pala yan.
Anyways,
Okay.
we're back into the game. Mexico 2. It is Gaon Gaming's third showing dito sa mapa natin as UBECMANIAC. It's not like they're wants to not pick up a challenge nga naman dito. They're gonna start on GR where they're now gonna try to invest into Gaon Gaming papunta doon sa may site natin.
Parang no? Slow pacing lang dito ang puhunan dito ng Gaon Gaming actually, no? Considering nagugulat yung UM sa mga ganitong klaseng playstyle, hindi pa natin sure in the long run kung paano sila magre-react. Pero KLP with a good hold dito lamang sa mid, mahalaga na tumama yung mga shots niya dito kasi yun yung magiging spacing ng UBECMANIAC para either makapag-rotate sa alley or bulwagin na lang dito yung nakahawak lang dito sa may bridge. So, hopefully there's a good amount of firepower para dito sa UBECMANIAC na tapatan to kahit papaano, no? Papasok na nga sila ng EB maya din. Ellison on split. Pero masyadong maraming tao lang dito lang sa may outer, no? So, kailangan nila mag-iingat. Good hold by JJ at si Ellison maya na nga papasok. And KLP wins the duel up against Ellison.
Sniper down. Gaon Gaming gonna slow down just because of that. 1 minute on the clock. Ang dami pang oras para mapag-decide kung saan sila makakapagsikot-sikot dito. No? The thing about Mexico 2 is ang dami mong kailangan i-clear dito. No? So now Dolph gonna be cleared on down. Gets a double kill as well. So welcome back dito kay Dolph. He starts with a triple kill. And a 1v3 na para kay Jackban. Pero mukhang nahanap lang siya ni JJ. Despite him getting yung double kill natin, it is still gonna be no UBECMANIAC round para kay Dolph dito.
When you find out, the GOAT still has it. Grabe nga naman, Dolph. What a triple opener para sa kanya. Isang magandang hold actually. Sabi ko nga, Gaon Gaming needs to just play slow kasi nga doon nagugulat ang UBECMANIAC. But with that, feeling ko maraming oras din na nailakap ang UBECMANIAC para din makapag-react dun sa ginawa ng Gaon Gaming. Tulad ng gagawin nila ngayon, isang magandang shift at bubabawan na nga nila rather dito ang alley and good kill over kay Frey. KLP gets a quick trade. JJ palabas na nga ng door dito pero nabantayan din kagad ni Ellison. KLP ginulat ang mundo ni Ellison mismo and Dolphex nakapasok na nga ng side pero makikita niya nga si Ray and Ray takes him down. 1v2. Kano, palabas na nga ng window dito at si Ray, hinahanap na nga dito yung angulo ni Kano na 10 HP na nga lang. Here comes a double pick and Vincent finishes it off. Gaon Gaming, what a turnaround.
Pacey as they needed to be, pare. Nagulat pa nga yung UBECMANIAC, especially with the push all the way towards that side position. And walang oras para makapagbalik dun sa back-defense on the way towards the site. Agad ang UBECMANIAC. They literally killed off Dolph before he was able to reposition himself. Tapos, it wasn't even a split push at all. Gaon Gaming as a unit just pushed in towards that side of the map talaga. So, the decisiveness that we're looking out for Gaon is very much pleasing to watch na ngayon into this 1-to-1. So, UBEC now gonna have to go back towards their passive positions. Kita mo, napakalapit na ni JJ tsaka ni Kano try to contest against this aggressive setup na ginagawa ng Gaon Gaming ngayon.
Very good appealing approach dito, no? Para sa Gaon Gaming kasi nga hindi sila paulit-ulit ng playbook dito, no? As long as na info yung nakukuha nila dito, yun na lang yung magiging asset talaga nila. Para I feel like ma-throw off ang UBECMANIAC but for some reason, nababasa nga nila kaagad no? And good offense so far for Gaon Gaming as they start things off with a quick trade dito lamang sa may mid. Kano holding down EB at hindi makapasok nga ang Gaon Gaming dito lamang sa may EA. And good fight from Kano. Parang gusto niya nga umisa pa. And Ray gets taken down. What a triple kill para kay Kano. Si Ellison na lang nga natitira dito at yari na nga ang Gaon Gaming pagkatapos dun sa fallout. Dun lamang sa may mid.
Si Kano na naman, paulit-ulit na lagi na lang sumasabog laban sa Gaon Gaming na ngayon. Talaga nga namang nakatingin na kay Ellison ng lahat ng mga mata dito, ng mga ka-teammates niya. Especially since hindi niya hawak yung C4 na ngayon. With 50 seconds, he has time to go back towards that A site. I like the respect from UBECMANIAC though. They don't want to give the clear 1v1s against him. Respecting Ellison's talent as a sniper ngayon. So, lots of time to consider back in towards that A site push or to rotate back in towards yung EB natin. Play off against ditong si Dolph who honestly has been having a good team so far. Leg shot papunta kay Dolph ngayon. So noted na yung position ni Ellison. And mukhang easy pickings na lang para kay Dolph. That will be a second round para sa UBEC.
I definitely feel the spirit dito para sa UBECMANIAC, no, na kahit anong team to, it's still a must win. UBECMANIAC since last year, yun yung huling beses na laro nila tong mapa na to, no? And it shows they are still prepared. They are still ready para sa mga ganitong klaseng laban. And water, nagmumukha na nga pula yung tubig dito. Ang daming nalagas na dugo, pre. Grabe naman yung mga makikita mong bangkay doon as Kano secures 2 kills over to that fight. Jackban at Frey na lang ang natitira. At not really sure kung magiging duo play nga to. At yun na nga, babombahin na nga nila kagad dito ang outer. At Kano, nakabantay and good anticipation para kay KLB para ma-set up ang crossfire. 3-1 UBECMANIAC. Nice start para sa kanila.
And what we thought was gonna be a surprise, papunta sa kalaban nila ang UBEC. Sila ang nagsaset ng mga plays natin, nagset ng tempo, no hesitation. Just doubling up with JJ to actually bounce back in towards an aggressive play laban dito sa Gaon Gaming no? And I really like how well he controlled yung water natin no? Just fully using yung pillars para hindi siya mapikan ng kahit sino dito. Isolating the fights and once na nahanap nila yung dalawa para dito sa Gaon, mabilisan lamang yung pick dito into a 3-1 setup. Now JJ has a perfect timing. Spotted yung isa, hinayaan na lang niyang dumaan kasi alam niyang gusto niya mas marami papatay dito. Ellison 1 at hindi pa nga na-check yung likod nila dito. The flank watch is not working out as Frey's gonna get 1 dito kay Kano, but Dolph and JJ looks like UBECMANIAC as a system is just rolling around the tempo. 1 versus 2 na para kay Jackban, pare.
Wala, Justin na hold yung ginawa doon ni Dolph. Grabe, at nagulat na lang ang Gaon Gaming. Gusto nga nilang i-multipick doon si Dolphx pero hindi talaga gumana, pre, no? Nagawang paghiwa-hiwalay niyo ni Dolph at successfully he got a lot of kills on that one and he gets a very good headshot doon lamang kay Jackban. Grabe nga naman UBECMANIAC holding the site na parang buhay ang nakataya. And that 4-round win para sa UBECMANIAC, pre. Grabe yung trinabaho nila para doon.
How did JJ get towards the flank, pare, no? Just hindi talaga na-focus papunta dun sa pintuan na binuksan nila mismo ng Gaon Gaming, giving an opportunity for the flank, and buti na lang may sandwich play din na nangyayari on the site itself. So Dolph really back adjustment towards the site as well, as we're now back in towards the 1-4. JJ down thanks to the shot from Ellison as well. So it will be a 5 versus 4 ang UBECMANIAC. Babalik na ulit sa pag-hold lamang, try stock dun sa may A site, hayaan na lang laruin ni Kano ang kanyang space na binigay sa kanya.
Very slow pacing na ngayon para sa Gaon Gaming pero hindi nakareact agad doon si Kano. NHP Ray puts him down in his place. One of the few rare occasions, no, na biglang mamamatay na lang si Kano doon sa mga duel na yun, no? Usually sa mga 1v1 siya talaga nakakalabang. Pero Dolphx gusto kong kumuha ng mga kills dito pero masyado na atang ambisyoso si idol mo. KLB gets a good kill over to Ellison and it's now an even bout pero may lamang ng buhay dito ang UBECMANIAC. Kobe mula kay KLB. And Jackban, under 1 HP na nga lang. The KL brothers, can they do it? As Jackban finds a good flank watch dito. Pero hindi pa ata alam ni KLP kung saan tutungo to si Jackban, no? Pabalik na nga siya, and Jackban, good readjustment! And KLB goes for 180. UBECMANIAC, 5-1, Gaon Gaming gets to score.
Wala sa harap, naramdaman sa likod at mabilisan lang yung reaction timing ni KLB dito. And honestly, good adjustment coming through from UBEC, just expecting the push out. And yet again, it continues laban dito kay Ellison as it will be that first blood kay KLP as well. The sniping head-to-head continues para sa kanila as Dolph and KLB continue to explode laban dito sa Gaon Gaming. Isa-isang pumapasok pero isa-isa lang din bumabagsak. 6-1 for UBECMANIAC.
Wala talaga, men. Grabe, UBECMANIAC, soon as they really got it going dito sa global risk nila, no? It feels like kahit nga sila yung nagpo-force, hindi mo nakikita na may kahinaan na lumalabas at hindi sila risky kumbaga mag-play. Kano, quick trade din dito kagad at yun na nga dito yung nagiging kalamangan ng UBECMANIAC, no? It's the fact na nakakuha sila ng mga magagandang trades. Naghahanap ng ID ngayon si KLP. Nasaan ang ID mo, Jack Ban? Hindi ka makakalabas. Good double para kay KLP. At grabe men, what a mid-action para kay KLP. Gusto nga umisa pa and he gets a triple kill. Tumatawa si Boss Kael dahil sa kalokohang ginawa niya. And UBECMANIAC 7-1.
Slides under, pare. The quick contrast to the weapon that we usually see from KLP. Sniper in towards the XM. At alam mo talagang iba na yung magiging kwento kapag ka ang Gaon Gaming hindi na expect kapag ka yung UBEC ang nagiging weird dito. As KLP goes back to the sniper this time around. Into another setup for JJ on the mid side. Kills off one KLB and KLP. The KL brothers finding more blood shed in towards the Mexico 2 map as KLB will run down Ellison now. 8-1 na ngayon at mukhang almost dominating laban dito sa Gaon Gaming ang UBEC.
Grabe man, like it's very very simple like that as UBECMANIAC continues to get this rolling no? Kasi for some reason UBECMANIAC at some other maps binibigyan nila ng kahit pa paanong komplikasyon pero sa Mexico no, lalo't sobrang gulo na nga na itong mapa na to, kahit nga simplihan mo hindi mo magagawa. So UBECMANIAC talagang gulo kung gulo no. Gaon Gaming now with the strong side, feeling ko nga naman no, makakobra nga sila ng magagandang early pickups. It's really really important for the global rest to set a very good pacing. KLP, what a shot kay Frey. Grabe nga naman, si Frey pa mismo dapat yung first contact dun pero hindi talaga pre. KLP hindi siya naniniwala sa mga segundong makakalamangang kalaban. 3v3. And now KLP gets another one. At isa-isa na nga ang natutumba dito ang Gaon Gaming. Yari na nga bang oras nila si Ellison. Can he defend the site on his own? Hawak niya yung EA dito si KLP. Palabas na nga. Nakalabas ang Colt and Ellison hindi na nga nakita sa angulo. Dito si KLP. And UBECMANIAC 9-1. Parang mabilis na nga nilang itatrabaho to.
A playstyle na hindi nagkakalayo sa kung paano sila nagsimula sa GR pare. Just all out pushing pero since nasa BL na sila, they have full freedom to take the spaces for themselves, take the reins while Gaon Gaming, they get surprised by either yung pag-push that out the way towards Waters, yung pag-push that back in towards that outer position. And now it's gonna be an all-out push papunta doon sa may outer position. JJ with kill 1. Vincent gonna drop down in towards that balcony. Patay na. Laban ni KLB as well. 5v3. Gaon Gaming. A formality at this point pare. Plant na yung C4. At mukhang masasurround na lang siya ng mga players ng UBEC as Dot will pick up another one sa post plat natin. Jackman with that double kill. Frey with another one. Gaon Gaming are fighting with everything. Si JJ na lang. Tapos patan pa kasi Frey towards the rotation. At mukhang naiwan pa si Jackman 1v1 against the J Brothers. And it looks like JJ's gonna end this. Shut it down 10-1. Almost a perfect record sa ating Mexico 2 map as UBECMANIAC will clean off ang Gaon Gaming sa map pick nila mismo.
Pinatikim ng isa, gusto pa daw manalo. UBECMANIAC with such a dominating Mexico na hindi ito yung nakita natin sa kanila from last year's bout up against matches no. So what a fusion of plays dito para sa UBECMANIAC from going slow, from going fast, and that retake was absolutely very very nice no. Yung aggression nila yung nagsasalita para sa kanila actually no, not more so on the gunplay. And you gotta commend Gaon Gaming for being able to try and utilize a lot of rotations para talaga magulat ang UBECMANIAC. Pero grabe mag-call talaga si KLB no, kubra niya lahat ng positions and especially from the counter pushes na ginagawa ng Gaon Gaming. Yun ang mahalaga dito sa Mexico no, dahil nga sa sobrang maraming angulo na pwede mong ipanlason, mahalaga na nababasa mo dapat as a leader kung ano yung movement ng kalaban mo. And UBECMANIAC definitely delivered sa lahat ng aspeto kung paano mo perfectuhin tong mapan to.
Man, and it was going good as well for Gaon nung tinatry nilang i-pick yung mapang to. No? They picked up against yung last game nila, yung EVOS Esports, yung kalaban pa nila dito. No? And they had a pretty stellar record against them. I guess they were trying to fix the mistakes that they had nung nagulat sila from Pacific when they were playing on this map, and they possibly just wanted to learn a lot from this map as well. I can respect it from Gaon. They had the goal to actually have the confidence to rise up against UBECMANIAC in this map veto alone, but nevertheless, it's still UBECMANIAC claiming themselves a really solid win laban dito sa Gaon Gaming so far with a lot of spunk ahead of them pare no. And the amount of times na nag-push din si KLP not only with the AWM pero that one round na naka-XM din siya dito. That's just one of the only rounds that we've seen a player like that just exude confidence talaga no. And not to mention as well pare, yung pagkabalik ni Dolph parang hindi siya nawala at all talaga.
Man, Dolph, grabe pre. Like, nagulat ako sa'yo kasi Di ko alam na ganun ka nga pala kumayad ng laro, no? Behind the scenes. Kasi ang alam talaga lang namin, nag-focus ka lang sa isang bagay, kaya kailangan mo mag-drop. At kaya nga pinasok si Loy para mapunan talaga yung butas na nawala. Ay, para mapunan yung butas the moment nung nawala ka sa roster, no? At yun naman talaga ang ginawa ni Loy. The moment na pumasok si Loy, Grand Finals appearance at isa pang Grand Finals bout up against SGJ last year. And ngayon, pre, pinasok ka para sa roster na to up against Gaon Gaming that I feel like is still at their strongest point right now, no? So, with that opening of a triple kill, yung pag-hold mo ng B-site ng ikaw lang talaga mag-isa, I feel like ikaw pa rin talaga. Parang nandun pa rin ang pagka-UBECMANIAC mo, no? Kasama mo dito sila JJ at si Kuno na nagpapaliab ng mga plays tulad ng mga ganun, pre. So, in the next map, Eagle Eye, paano pa kaya to patataasin ng UBECMANIAC? Kasi feel ko, naiabot na nga nila yung kisame dito sa Mexico pa lang eh.
Legit pare, legit. Hindi ito yung first time din nakita natin yung roster na to, laruin yung map na to. So what if on a map where talaga nga namang may, hindi lang reps parang malaking practice din yung UBECMANIAC sa mga maps sa kutudod ng Eagle Eye, talaga nga naman we're in for a show for them. But for Gaon, it's a time for redemption kasi 0-1 na sila ngayon sa ating series for today so far, pero hindi pa naman tapos ang laban as we throw to the panel si Daedom at saka si Sneaky Frog para pag-usapan lalo ang set mo na Mexico.
Thank you so much, casters. What a game mula dito sa UBEC. Sneak, I'm not gonna lie nag-CR lang ako nung 2-1 yung score. Men, pagbalik ko, 9-1 na. Anong nangyari dun sa game na yon? Man, what happened in Mexico?
It's classic Mexico pacing, no pare. Everyone just fist fights at the start of the round. Whoever just comes out on top will get it. And there's not much thought to this map, in all honesty, pare. Ayun nga, it is a 10-1. Ayun nga, Gaon took a risk. Unfortunately, that risk didn't pay off after yung first half nga natin dito. Honestly, Mexico, it is looking slightly playable, no, sa mga nakikita natin dito sa tournament. I think yung B-side is a lot easier to take, but it still has the same sicknesses, no, as yung last version nga ng Mexico dito. There is still spots that can definitely be fixed, pero I mean, overall, it is looking a lot more playable, no, but at the same time, ayun nga, you can still see yung imbalance na mapa na to, and UM just took full advantage, pare.
Yeah, absolutely. It made Mexico, the changes made Mexico a little bit more interesting to watch, to say the least. But I think this game is not necessarily the benchmark to watch to see how competitive Mexico is as a map, because of how much of a one-sided affair it is. No, I mean, you talk about Mexico as a map, as a competitive map, you expect that dominance on the one side. And while we did see it, it's also because UBEC is just on a different form here today. But nonetheless, enough about Mexico as a map. Let's talk about UBEC and how they approach this map. And let's talk about what Gaon was trying to play here. In my opinion, Gaon was just trying to throw a curveball in the way of UBECMANIAC dito, hoping to catch them in the mechanic side of things. Pero parang na-out mechanics din dito in the individual level ang Gaon no?
Yeah, I think tinutulugan yun ng mga ibang teams on how good yung UBEC is mechanically, no. Obviously, KLP is a very, very good sniper. Rest of the players are very good rifles, no, up to dito kay KLP. At also kind of helped na itong si Dolph had a very, very good game dito sa Mexico. I mean, kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina, it's not like it's gonna be a big thing na babalik nga dito si Dolph sa roster. Obviously, they played with him dun sa tournament natin on Masters last year. So, ayun nga, it's like nothing happened. It's like hindi umalis dito si Loy. It's just actually medyo nostalgic na yung kanilang laruan dito kasi it actually reminded me of that time na when Dolph was on the roster para with a slightly faster pace na nakikita natin as usual. So we're gonna see a set summary. Of course, Dolph with a great welcome back dito sa ating Masters tournament with a 3KD, 1KR, 0.42 headshots per kill, 13 AP, good masterful M4 work galing sa kanya, pare.
It's like he never left. 3.0 KD is insane. Only topped by KLB dito sa ating scoreboard with 3.33. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this is the second fastest game in Masters that we've had. The only game that was faster was that 10-0 from EVOS. But this is a close second with a 10-1 score line. Grabe, hindi ko nga napansin, napatapos na pala agad yung game dito. And Dolph just absolutely tearing the server apart. 1.09 and 1.18 kill per round para dito kay KLP at kay Dolph. So, Doon pa lang sa dalawang yon, siguradong dalawa na agad yung mawawala every round from Gaon. And just the kills alone, just the individualism alone is more than enough to deal with the players of Gaon dito. Couple that with the cohesion na meron ng UBEC, it's just definitely a one-sided affair. And I'm sorry for using that term, but it is what it is, man. 10-1, and that's the numbers reflected.
Yun nga, I mean, you have to call it how you see it, pare, in all honesty. As much as you do yun nga, no, Gaon, they did try. Unfortunately, was not enough. Set MVP, of course, is going to be itong si KLB with 3.33 KD, 0.91 kill per round, 0.70 headshots per kill. Pretty high, actually, para sa kanya. And 0.73 smokes per round. Obviously, going to be pretty high with the map of Mexico. You have to throw smokes all over the places to make it a lot more playable, no?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I love the way KLB plays in this map of Mexico. A map where you don't typically see the sniper shine because of how tight the corners are, how close the angles are in the points of contact. Particularly sa mid, no? There's a lot of smokes being turned. As you mentioned, kailangan marami ka talagang smokes na ginagamit sa mapang to just to minimize the amount of angles there is. Lalo na dun sa introduction ng terrace, no? Yung inaakyatan from down under. It's hard to describe that area. But it's one of those playmaking areas that Gaon Gaming was not able to play around much because of how well UBECMANIAC played around it. So there you go, 10-1, KLB becoming the set MVP in Mexico. And this makes me even scary. This makes it even scarier for Gaon sa Eagle Eye. No? A map that I know for a fact that UBECMANIAC has prepared for, Sneaks.
Yeah, for sure. No, they're probably one of the best, yun nga, no, at least one of the best Eagle Eye teams dito sa tournament natin. So I do expect them to just kind of sweep them aside here, man, unfortunately.
Yeah. But that's enough about that first set. Sa ating pagbabalik, it is going to be Eagle Eye in the match between UBEC and Gaon. My name's Zadam here with Sneaky. Para sa Masters, we'll be right back after this.
group stage.
And will end the group with a win.
And they win against Pacific Magna.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magna will be your three-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
Masters, Datum here with one and only Sneaky Frog. At ito pa rin ang laban natin between Gaon Gaming and UBECMANIAC. Set number 2 na tayo after that devastating Mexico map from UBEC. How different are things going to be in Eagle Eye here, Sneak?
I mean, it's gonna be very, very different, pare. Granted na medyo naurong, no? Yung mga choke points nga natin dito sa mapa. It's still a lot more playable of a map compared nga dito sa Mexico. Obviously, there is setup sa Mexico, but I feel like in Eagle Eye, it's a lot easier to do so. Maybe not up against itong UBECMANIAC, considering na they also love to contest sides of the map, kagaya nga ng B-long or itong A-long, pare, depending on what mood they're on as of today. Pero, ayun nga, Gaon, I feel like may laban pa naman sila dito sa mapa na to, considering na may experience naman yung mga ibang players in this specific map. But then, talking about UBEC Eagle Eye dito, no, pare?
Yeah, it's something. It's something here to watch out for. But one thing I want to talk about here, outside of the game, is the mental of the players. How important is it that Gaon keep a cool head and go to map number 2?
Yeah, very, very needed, no, pare? Kasi especially pagkalaban mo yung UBECMANIAC dito sa Eagle Eye, it's gonna be very, very frustrating. Especially sa start ng round, because they're gonna try to poke and prod para makakuha sila ng opening pick dito, maybe force a 4v5. So, ayun nga, I think Gaon might have to play slightly more careful, no, dito sa mapa na to, pare.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it is Gaon that's starting off on the BL side dito, no? So they have some leeway to be a little bit creative sa kanilang BL side. How much prep is in Eagle Eye on the BL side is a little bit hard to for Gaon, kasi we haven't seen them in Eagle Eye map in a long time, no?
Yeah, it's been kind of a while. It's been a few months, pare. Honestly, it's just the A setup and the B setup na kailangan mo isipin, especially from that tower position. But other than that, I think they're gonna be fine.
And we'll throw it to our casters again to start the game. Ramon Salves, take it away.
Thank you so much, Datum and Sneaky Frog, para sa ating may broadcast, no? Gaon Gaming, 0-1 nga naman. Pero medyo nagiging saramplaka nga tayo, no? Knowing that they're the underdogs, lagi na natin silang nilalagay sa parang dark light. What if bigyan natin ng konting liwanag yung kanilang darkness, no? Laban nila yung UBECMANIAC. They have a lot of things that they can carry forward laban sa or papunta sa ating mga next weeks, papunta sa kanilang mga next tournaments. Do you think, Salvatore, that this Eagle Eye map is an opportunity para sa Gaon Gaming? They're talking about UBEC here din, pare.
Yeah, for sure. Parang ito na lang yung magiging opportunity nila, no, to force set number 3. So, backs against the wall para sa Gaon Gaming, no, napatunayan na isa pa rin sila sa mga solid team na nagko-compete para sa PH Masters. And one good map that could really derail UBECMANIAC is Eagle Eye. Considering Execration, nagawa nga nila, Team Secret, kamuntikan na. Gaon Gaming could be one of the few teams para masabing tinalo namin ang UBECMANIAC dito sa mapa na to, no, na imbis na iprayo nga nila yung mga Port or even Black Widow, it's surprisingly enough na Eagle Eye rather, no, yung gusto nga nilang kubrahin na mapa na dito, no. So feeling ko parang nagkakaroon na nga sila ng slight preparation heading into playoffs, kasi mas magiging malawak na yung magiging map pool, no. So possible nga na makakita pa tayo ng Mexico, mawala yung Ankara, something like that, no. So baka ito na nga yung UBECMANIAC na nakikita natin na inuunti-unti na nga yung mga weeks dito bago tayo sumalang sa isa sa mga inaabangan ng mga tao, which is yung playoffs.
Totoo. And despite it being very close na din sa playoffs, no team has to be too overconfident, no? Kasi malay mo, sa mga mistakes na may papakita lang sa broadcast, baka makita ng mga top teams at baka makuha yun papunta doon sa ating playoffs. Gagamitin nila laban against UBECMANIAC, no? So not too cocky, papunta sa kanila. Whereas Gaon Gaming now have a point to prove, no? The last time that they played Eagle Eye was against Fervid, and that was when Dre was still in the lineup, having very solid holds papunta doon sa ating hotel. And Ellison having a really, really good sniper game no? Pero after that, since may roster change nga tayo dito, si Rey na lang yung naglalaro, will this spell disaster? Or masyado bang maaga para masabi na, uy, 2-0 na agad to para sa UBEC? Sa tingin mo ba, Mr. Salvador?
Siguro, safest option na sabihin yung oo, no? Kasi yun naman talaga yung realistically na makakalabasan netong series na to, no? Kasi maraming magsasabi na pag nakita nga nila yung pangalang UBECMANIAC versus Gaon Gaming, una na lang kagad iisipin dito, kaya kagad ng UBECMANIAC yan. Pero hindi rin naman lumalayo din sa usapan pag sinabi mong Gaon Gaming, kaya nga nilang i-force ng set number 3 to, no? Kasi nga, may potential nga naman talaga. Pero hindi kasi natin hina-highlight yung potential masyado, no? Hina-highlight talaga natin kung ano yung win con ng isang team, tsaka paano nga talaga yung mga numero na nagla-line up para masabi nating ilang maps lang, ilang set lang. Well, UBECMANIAC still has that narrative, no, na sila talaga yung magiging standard, sila yung may dalang target sa likod nga nila, ano, kung paano nga nila tatawirin yung dagat na matagal nga nilang tinatahak na para masabing sila na yung magiging champions ng PH Masters. Ito na nga, nagsisimula na nga magpaulan dito ang UBECMANIAC ng mga bala sa katawan dito ng Gaon Gaming as they get 2 kills.
Oh, kahit sobrang impressive defense with that one tap, Ellison's gonna continue on that momentum. At despite yung efforts si JJ tsaka ni Kano na kontrolin yung mid-side, mabilis lang din na nakapag-adapt ito. Si KLB tsaka yung isa, hindi nila yung isa't isa magkatabi lang. Si Frey, nakaharap ng timing. At si Ray, pasok na agad dun sa may cable car. Peace sight already para sa Gaon. Si Kano na lang ang MVP sa kada linggo. Tatry na lang i-clutch to. Pero galing siya papunta dito sa may mid. At mukhang hinahawakan ni Ray yung rotation na dito all the way towards RS, where now it will be the young guns time to shine, pare, no? So what an entry para kay Frey, at mukhang sisimula na with Gaon Gaming on that first round on the board. It will be BL side winning out that first round.
Very nice, no, for Gaon Gaming, no? Kasi nga, even though UBECMANIAC was able to get the first 2 picks, isang magandang rotation lang actually, no, from the rest of the members na alive pa for Gaon Gaming was good enough actually. So it was an elemental mistake para dito sa UBECMANIAC na hindi nila mabasa kagad yung magiging reaction ng Gaon Gaming. Kahit nga ilang beses na nga natin nakikita, no, na UBECMANIAC has a sixth sense para sa mga ganong klaseng plays. Feeling ko they will repeat the same mistake over and over again as long as na nakikita natin sa kanila yung overconfidence nila. And feel ko nga, dahil nga si KLB lang yung naghahawak doon, feel ko tingin nila kaya na ni KLB. Pero dahil nga walang backup at yung entry fragging dito ng Gaon Gaming, isa sa yung mga bagay na masasabi nating malakas para sa kanila. Baka nagulat lang talaga overall ang UBEC doon.
Nagkasalisiyan pa nga no? Parang siguro nag-anti-flash yung isa, tapos mismo nga hindi nakatingin nga rin si KLB. Just unlucky timing nga naman para sa leader ng UBECMANIAC, no? But it's not like a telltale sign na medyo shaky nga yung kanilang GR, no? Shaky sa simula, pero UBECMANIAC is the type of team that really can adapt nga naman towards the situation, no? Whereas yung Gaon, they are reliant upon, as you mentioned, yung kanilang malakas na entrying, no? So it's a good sign moving forward na yun nga yung pinanimulaan nila, tapos yun pa yung naging success story nila, no? Do they double down on it, or will they try to contest LA, no? Whereas kalaban nila si KLP doon sa may Tower A, no? Medyo risky business kung iisipin mo, pero kung nakita mo yung bilis ng LB push kanina nila, no? Parang posibleng-posible na kaya nilang labanan yung Tower A players natin, di ba?
Pwede nga nilang spamin yun kahit papaano, no? Kasi habang hindi pa talaga nakakahanap ng magandang game plan dito ang UBEC para pigilan yung ganong klaseng style, pwedeng abusuhin yun ng Gaon Gaming any time of the day, no? Kasi gano'n naman talaga, no? So every time na nakikita mo yung success rate mo tumataas habang ginagawa mo yung paulit-ulit na play, kasi yung team hindi naman masyado nakakapag-adjust, yun naman talagang dapat mindset doon is repeat until rinse and repeat lang until hindi na gumana, tsaka tayo mag-adjust. So, kung doon talaga makakuha ng magandang success rate dito ang Gaon Gaming, edi wala kaming wala kaming hanash doon. Maganda ang pinapakita ng GG in terms of macro and overall mentality, might as well do it over and over again, tulad ng ginagawa ngayon ni Frey, na hawak lang muna ng LB ko ang impormasyon, pero 2-man stock na ngayon dito sa hotel. At mahalaga dito na kunin muna ni KLB yung entrance, at lalong-lalo na nga rin si JJ, go for the follow-up.
Now the adaptation sets in. At least may cover na si KLB. Now somebody's gonna hold up yung pag-push all the way towards LB nga, no? So not gonna be a lot para dito kay KLB, as Vincent's already pushed up doon sa cross. It will be a flash coming through. Si Dolt mukhang nagulantang. Ang dami ng Gaon Gaming players na pwedeng masandwich ng si KLB, as he will be playing the passive role as Ellison pulls out the cold, kills out another. So it will be a 2-0. JJ though, ang ganda ng timing. Spotted one. Ellison also possibly gonna follow as well as he's gonna back off for now. Even gets a double kill as well. Perfect placement para kay JJ. At nakasimula pa nga si Kano to get themselves a 1 versus 3 para kay UBECMANIAC.
Look at the duels that UBECMANIAC is taking no? Talagang ine-ensure nila na kahit 1v2 yan, meron pa ring movement na kaagapay yan. At maganda yan actually for UBECMANIAC, taking measures para hindi mahirapan yung sarili nila to take those fights. Vincent was able to get 1 pero dalawa pa yung nakaharang sa kanya. Palapit na nga sila dito sa hotel at magiging 1v1 na nga to. Vincent, can he do it? Hindi, pre! Kano, the prodigy, makes it a 1-1 scoreline para sa kanya. Kamuntikad na UBECMANIAC pero yan talaga.
A bold choice din para kay KLP, switching up the gun from the AWM papunta sa AK, holding the same angle na mismong nabigyan pa nga ng chance ang Gaon Gaming, but Kano at the end of the day talagang being the savior. Pero at the end of it, si UBECMANIAC yung nagsimula pa nga naman na masabi nating good adaptation din towards that hotel defense, which honestly, si JJ talaga yung mismo MVP sa round na to. If it wasn't for his rotation sa bridge, mag-iiba yung mayiging round natin doon, pare.
Talaga, men. Kasi tanging si JJ lang yung nag-hold nun Hindi nga natin nakita masyado na nagparamdam si Kano tsaka si Dolphix Pero medyo late actually. Pero kakayanin rin ni JJ nang siya nga lang mag-isa. Buti na nga lang yun ngayon nangyari. If not, siguro nakuha na nga ng Gaon Gaming kagad doon yung EB. And easy plant na yun actually. Maglalaro na nga lang sila lang retake at lalong-lalo na nga rin ng Gaon Gaming hindi naman masyado pala gasto sa util. Magandang post plant yung pwede natin makita sa kanila, Pero UBECMANIAC really fights their duels talaga. Pero hindi na nga nila patatagalin pa para magpang-abot pa sa C4 plant. Frey holding down dito lamang sa may LB. Pero mahalaga to na makuha nga nila yung control. KLB ginulat yung bungo dito ni Ellison. And that's already 1 pick off para sa UBECMANIAC. May kinakalaban na nga at kailangan niya nang umatras. Kasi nga, duguan na nga siya dito. Frey, Vincent stacking down LB and JJ. Good swing si Vincent. Challenge na nga naman. Pero si JJ na yan, pre! Si JJ na yan. UBECMANIAC 2-1. What a statement of a round.
Basta rotation, basta reaction, si JJ lagi ang inaasahan ng UBEC. At talaga nga namang delivering back-to-back rounds where he has full impact sa round natin na ngayon ay mukhang sinimulan na ng patay. Laban dito kay Frey as well. So now a good adjustment for Gaon Gaming. It will be a first blood to the mid side as well. As you can see, now that they have full map control on that mid side thanks to yung presence ni Frey ngayon at saka Gaon Gaming just playing very separately sa lahat ng mga players natin.
Okay. It's very important for Gaon Gaming na wag na nga nila pahirapan yung sarili nila with the amount of utils na binabato nila para lang dito sa LB. Jack Van, good double para sa kanya. And the redemption story continues para sa Gaon Gaming. Kay LB nakabantay lang si Exit, but Dolph will be the first contact para makita si Jack Van. Pero lalayo na nga muna ng tuluyan dito. And a good split already para sa Gaon Gaming. Kay LB holding down Ares. Isa yung mag-e-entry dito at si Ray ngayon. At masyado atang overstep dito si Bossing. Vincent kasama yung mga kampanya in Jack Van with a potential lason in the making. KLB na lang on a 1v2 scenario. Jack Van with a good cross and he secures 3 souls laban sa UBECMANIAC. At Gaon Gaming, tinabla na nga yung score.
What started out as a good entry for Gaon kind of felt a little shaky pagkatapos ng pag-push nila on RS, giving an opportunity to make that a double 1v2 nga naman para kay KLB. Yung problema nga lang ay matagal nang hinihintay nila yung pag-rotate itong si Jack Van. So they are able to get a very nice post plant papunta dito sa UBECMANIAC. So we're gonna start things off again with that hotel push. KLB down. Last couple of rounds na medyo na-counter nga siya dito kanina pa. All the way towards that LB setup. So will be a 1-0 JJ. Trying to play a little bit more passively. Expecting na baka mag-push nila all the way towards bridge. Pero si missed out the timing. JJ has a peek. He has an opportunity. Yun nga lang nabigay nga yung buhay niya kay Ellison Vare. Ano nangyari, Salvatore?
Nakamatagal na duel ng sniper na nakita ko, pre. Hindi yan quick scope, scope lang yun Si Ellison pa yun nabuhay. Walang iya talaga naman, Pag nga naman talaga binwenas ng araw, ganun talaga maglaro si Boss Jefferson mo. Ellison finally taken down, pero 2v3 na nga to. Can Gaon Gaming claim the site? Hindi pa nga, pre, hinaharangan to kaagad to ni Dolph. Jack Van, papush pa nga lang, pero inaantay niya na nga dito si Vincent na makakakuha na nga ng play. Jack Van now fighting for his life at mananalo nga siya up against Kano. And it's now a 1v1 against the Great One.
1v1, Dolph already spotted from the mid side. So Vincent, he's privy to it. Spotted na yung ulo. And in that, they're playing around yung cable car. Sayaw man lang ng dalawa. Pero si Vincent, nira-run and gun lamang. Nung nakalabas yung pistol ni Dolph, alam niyang panalo na siya. So 1v1 natin will be Gaon Gaming with another one. And a bit of an adjustment yet again. Sobrang sayang naman para sa UBEC yun dahil si Dolphy was picking up so many multi-frags dun sa previous round natin as Ellison starts off yet again kay KLB pare. What a statement for Gaon Gaming.
Jackban and Vincent, sila yung naka-highlight sa mga nakaraang rounds, no? Pero si Ellison, teka lang, kinukuha niya na yung ilaw para sa kanya, no? Tutok mo lang sa akin direct, sabi niya. Kasi nga, siya na yung nakakuha ng mga magagandang openings para sa Gaon Gaming. Yun yung mahalaga, actually. As a sniper, kailangan mo makakuha ng mga ganong klaseng pick-offs to create space, especially in the hotel. Kasi nga, pre, lahat ng entries na manggagaling sa Gaon Gaming, it's either there or dun lamang dun sa may high bridge, eh. So, if ever Gaon Gaming gets a control dun lang sa LB, madali na lang nila mapupush yung mid, eh. Kasi, one smoke could separate that tower papunta doon sa mid. So pwede nang i-sandwich nila yun. But now Gaon Gaming with a change of pace dito at parang gagawa nga sila ng set dito lamang sa may mid para mabulag si JJ and especially KLP. So inaantay na nga natin dito yung mga U-turn na binabato ng Gaon Gaming. Ellison nakatayo na nga dito lamang sa may tower and KLP hindi nakareact dun sa ginawa ni Ellison. And here comes the entry from Gaon Gaming. Bumubulagta na nga lahat ng miyembro ng UBECMANIAC. Isa na nga lang natitira dito. Dolph tumatago pero kitang-kita ka sa kalagitnaan ng araw ni Ray. Bunal Gaon 4-2. The largest lead so far.
My goodness. And that's decisive as ever, pare. They take one pick, tapos they knew that they had a lot of time. So nag-rotate sila papunta doon sa may A site. Talaga nga namang hindi na-expect ni Kano at all yung pag-entry agad ng Gaon. The pace is real and using it as a weapon ang Gaon Gaming na ngayon. Where they now fight towards that hotel control. Kasi sabi mo nga naman no, malaking priority sa lahat ng BL players natin on Gaon so far as it will be another LB push. Ray trying to play yung pag-tapwalk dito papunta sa ating side. As Dolph watching yung back nitong si KLB. There's an opportunity for a crossfire pero medyo focus siya ata dun sa may entrance as the spray comes through. Si Dolph makapatay, si KLB with the trade. Yun nga lang, Frey and Ray with the entries literally becoming yung nagiging foundation ng Gaon Gaming sa push nila.
Here comes the defense from UBECMANIAC. Malaking problema to ngayon para sa UM, no? Kasi nga hindi na nga nila nakukuha yung mga magagandang trades, talong-lalo na pag lumiliyab ang kamay ni Ellison. 2 versus 3. Slow retake para sa UBEC. Pero kailangan nga nila lahat ng impormasyon sa mundo para makuha nga nila yung pwesto. Dodoblehin nga ba nila dito yung hotel entrance o kaya baka na nga lang nila kunin dito yung stairs. Kano gets the duel over to Jackban. But Ellison and Vincent on a high-low setup. Ellison, wala pala siyang kasama dito. And Kano, nakuha na nga dito si Ellison. KLP, hindi siya mananalo kay Vincent, pero tumatakbo ang oras. And Kano gets it. All 3 para sa Gaon Gaming. And UBECMANIAC, what a round para sa kanila. Kinakalmahan na nga nila at inuunti-unti din nila yung mga set dito.
Ang hinahanap natin all throughout this Eagle Eye game na si Kano, talaga nga naman nagpakitang gilas na naman. So finding opportunities dito kay Ellison. Nakala nga natin medyo safeguarded sa pag-hold niya doon sa may flank. Yun nga lang na-isolate siya dito. At na-run and gun pa nga, na-movement god pa nga nitong si Kano. No? So definitely a strong statement for UBEC. Trying to counter yung naging fast push ng Gaon Gaming in the pre-plant. Making a lot of noise kanina. And now a slow-tempoed push for Gaon. Separating from the pack ng si Vincent. Seeing if he can find an isolated fight dito on the crossfire setup na ginagawa ni Kano at saka ni JJ. Sino kaya mag-push dito? Si Vincent spotted. That's gonna be a lot of damage done kay JJ. Yun nga lang si Kano nandito na nga. So 4v5 in an instant.
Pwede wag mo nang maglaban yung UM tsaka GG kasi may nagpapabati sa comments no? Shoutout nga pala kay Mochi dyan sa comments na nanonood din no? Maraming salamat sa support mo boss. Malalaman natin na kung ano nga bang magiging kasunuran na pangyayari dito sa medyo namahinga na ng tuluyan ang UBECMANIAC to try and force fights. Pero si Ellison, siya na nga mismo yung gumagawa ng paraan para makita ng mga miyembro ng UBECMANIAC dito. Frey, kailangan na nga tumakbo. Pero what can they work with? A full load of HP para kay Ellison tsaka kay Jackban. Dolph and Kano. Ano nga nila patatawirin to? Here comes the smoke doon lamang sa may RS Kano. Grabe nga naman walang takot na pinupush na nga. Baka mag-rotate pa nga siya doon lamang sa may bridge. Dolph, can he get the flank? And he will! 14 HP para kay Dolph. Pero si Ellison buo pa, pero hindi rin siya tatagal kay KLP. Jackban nakahawak sa stairs. Can he win the fight? Jackban, here comes the swing. Jackban, napakatagal nun. But KLP will be the saving grace para sa UBECMANIAC. Tatablahin na nga nila yung score.
The proactivity from UBEC, the flank coming through from KLP, at saka yung dinarami-rami talaga ng ginagawa ni Dot papunta doon sa may bridge pa lamang no? Gaon Gaming, despite them having an opportunity para mas-surround ang mga players ng UBEC sa loob ng B-site mismo, nakahanap ng paraan na naman ang UBEC with their adaptation yet again. And now it becomes a very, very weird round para kay KLP. Not the sniper that we're expecting from him. Nakahawak na siya ng XM, the shotgun. All the way back towards the mid-side, LA push. A possibility para sa Gaon Gaming. And they start with the entry, pero Kano shuts that down with a double kill. Checkmate to follow with a triple. Yun nga lang, ang UBECMANIAC na naman ang makakuha ng maayos na depensa all the way towards LA. Si Vincent na lang. At mukhang yung XM shotgun na lang ang papatay sa kanya. A 4-5 half para sa UBEC. May pagbawi, pero may laban ang Gaon Gaming ngayon, pare.
Dumadaloy na yung ice tubig sa ugat ni Kanodo, no? What a setup doon lamang, pre, sa site na yun, pre. Kasi it was unexpected actually, kasi nga ilang beses na tayo nakakita ng mga magagandang entries mula sa Gaon Gaming, pero yun yung isang round na nakita na nga natin na bulwak lahat ng mga dugo sa katawan nila, pre, kasi nakakagulat as how Kano held his own. Kasama pa dun, pre, yung high-low na ginawa ng Gaon, pre. Walang-wala nga yun talaga. Pure adjustment and pure cinema yung pinakita na obra dito ni Kanono. So, good hold actually. So, at least, nakikita nga natin na Gaon still has offense. Hindi sila nagpapabaya sa kinatatayuan nila. Lalong-lalo na UBECMANIAC, they also have a game of their own na kailangan nga nilang protektahan. No? So, UBECMANIAC with a decent half, kailangan nga nilang tapatan pa doon sa BL side na mapa na to na very, very challenging. So, kaya nga nasabi ni Daydum kanina, kailangan nga nila maging creative, kumbaga, kasi hindi madali kumuha ng site dito.
Yeah, definitely, pare. Especially against yung Gaon Gaming na medyo proactive na nga on their BL, no? What's the chance na maging proactive din sila kapag nag-swap na yung sides natin, no? So, yung GR na may expect natin, ang tinitingnan ko tong si Frey tsaka si Ray, pare. Kung sino sa kanila yung mag-hold ng hotel, sino sa kanila yung magiging proactive sa pag-hold dun sa may LB, mga amount of times na pwedeng makapag-lurk tong si JJ papunta dun sa mid-side, I'm not quite sure, pare. Pero, mukhang masasagot na yung mga tanong natin as it's gonna be that swap sides. UM now gonna start on BL, and it's an aggressive push papunta kay Jack Ban all the way towards mid. JJ down. Mukhang may sagot na agad ang GG laban sa UBECMANIAC with that setup.
Simula pa lang yun, kailangan natin makakita ng long term para dito sa Gaon Gaming na hindi lang talaga sila sa simula nakakuha ng success story, no? Paano nga sila sa success dito, pre? Isang malaking katanungan na tanging Gaon Gaming lang makakasagot. Maligayang kaarawan sa'yo, bossing. Dinakdakan mo si KLP para sa regalo mo. Vincent with a huge kill. Kano and Dolph, sila na natitira. Vincent finds an opening dito lamang sa may LB. Vincent can take him down, no? Kung makakita nga siya ng pagkakataon, pero nalason si Vincent, si Jackpan. Nakadungaw pa nga. But it's very, very important na si Kano na isa-isahin niya nga lang dito yung mga tao, bomb drop, at lalong-lalo nang umiinit ngayon si Kano. Very offensive-minded na siya, no? Wala na siyang hinigilingan pa, wala na siyang kinakatakutan. Pag may nakita, right, agad sa bungo. Check ba din Kano on a potential 1v1 na hindi nga makakapik agad dito si Ren. Jackban swings, pero nakakatanggap na nga ng bala dito si Kano, and Kano will be taken down by Jackban and Ray's duo. Gaon Gaming gets the first round ng second half. Maganda, pinapakita nila dito, pre, ha?
And not only yung aggression din nila, no? The full respect kay Kano, knowing that he has the potential to turn the round around. Pero yun nga, that push all the way back in towards that LB setup, pare. Talagang an eye-opener. Lalo na din dito sa pag-counter nila kay JJ as well. Jack Ban starting off where he meant to go on kanina. Kills off KLP, sniper down. An opportunity para sa Gaon Gaming to keep building on that snowball. As they spot na tong si Kano, jump peeking, finding info para dito. Malaman kung saan na si Ellison na sobrang init nga para sa Gaon Gaming na ngayon, pare. As he hits another shot! What a really nice shot from Ellison! As JJ will try to build off of that. A 3 versus 4. We're Gaon Gaming, they're hot on their heels, pare.
Ooh, man. Lala talaga, Ellison. Pag nga naman talaga nakakuha ng tempo at ng ritmo, ramdam ni Ellison yung dumadaloy na enerhiya sa katawan niya, no, pre? Jack Ban and JJ magkakatagpuan pero hindi magkamag-anak yan. Sinalubog ni Jack Ban ng pasabog ulo as JJ gets taken down 4v2. Kano, inuunti-unti yung LB pero Jack Ban and Ellison already setting up. Now, LA being covered by Kano. Teka lang, pre, hindi pala sila tatayo ng LB dito. Masyadong matao na nga. Si Kano, iniisa-isa at pinipitas-pitas na yung puno ng Gaon Gaming. Free, hinapangawakan dito yung mid, but KLB surprises Vincent with a good headshot. Frey, on a 1v2, bigla na pala napunta sa kamay ng UBECMANIAC tong round na to. But Frey, meron pa siya pagkakataon habang buo pa ang braso at pinti. Nakakalagad at nakakabaril. Frey, pabalik na nga ng LA. And Frey, magkasama si KLB, pre. Tsaka si Kano, 20 seconds. Hindi siya aakyat. Pwede niyang takasan to, pero si KLB nakadungaw lang sa bintana, pre. Frey, nagpapaulan na nga. Hindi niya alam kung nasaan yung dalawa. Frey, nakaakyat. And Frey, he's sticking, Frey. He's sticking. Frey, bulakawan yung round. Hindi, pre, kabuntikan na. Robbery on broad daylight na sana, Ramon. UBECMANIAC, nakataka sa round.
Kamuntikan pa nga madukot sa bulsa ng Gaon Gaming with that stick, pare. Pero you can kind of see, no? Kano and KLB saving the round away despite it being a 2 versus 4, pare. This is exactly what I've been talking about from the previous round. Kano, as long as he's still alive, kayang-kaya pa niya turn around yung mga rounds natin. Able to isolate each fight doon sa may mid-side natin as they're entering on LA. At mukhang nga si JJ, tamang bawi na lang dito siguro kapag napatay pa nga niya yung mid-player natin. UBECMANIAC has an opportunity to do something fun against Gaon. Steal away the momentum that has been building up from them from the previous rounds. Now it starts with JJ trying to find the perfect timing habang niluluto pa ng UBECMANIAC yung LB push nila dito.
Simple times, call for simple measures, no? Sabi nga kanina, pre, mukha na akong tumutulog sirang plaka na naman ako, pre, no? Pero yung pagkasimple dito ng Gaon Gaming, yun lang talaga yung kailangan nga nilang gawin dito, no? Tulad ng ginagawa nga ni Ray, hold mo lang yung mid doors, pre. Kasi for sure may entry na UBECMANIAC member dyan at pumangalawa nga doon si Dolph bilang trade doon kay JJ on a 3v3 habang pasigundo na nga yung oras. UBECMANIAC on a possible 40-second execute dito lamang sa may LB, pero walang masyadong tao sa LA, no? So baka i-split na nga to, go to mid to B siguro, pangawakan ang hotel. Pero tinan mo, pre, Gaon Gaming mismo yung nag-force, sila mismo yung nagro-rotate, sila yung kumukuha ng impormasyon, hindi sila nag-hold ng site, ha? Pero isa lang yung pinapadala nila. And Ellison, he needs to hit the shots.
Yep. All eyes on him para lang ma-depensahan yung B-site natin as UBECMANIAC are cooking the push on the way towards hotel. Pero si Vincent, nakakaamoy, alam nila na possible na pwede silang pumasok all the way towards hotel. And if he catches the timing dito kay Dolph, it will be crucial. Yun nga lang, Dolph. Perfect timing on him. Good info as well from Kano. Dolph with the entry yet again. Si Jackban na lang. All throughout, he's been trusted. And now he has to do it yet again. Pero sa pagpasok niya, masaspat niya si Dolph. Yun nga lang, may crossfire. Yun nga lang, mapapatay lang din siya ng UBECMANIAC. Will be another round for them. Continuing yung 2-round streak na meron sila dito against Gaon Gaming.
Hindi magiging madali ito para sa UBECMANIAC. Gaon Gaming continues to change the pace, no? As depende kung paano siya aangkop dun talaga sa playstyle ng UBECMANIAC, no? Pero for the past 2 rounds or so, we've seen a lot of success mula sa UBECMANIAC kasi nga pinapatagal nila hanggang sa mid-round. At yun naman yung pinaka maganda actually, no, for UM. Frey nakatakas dun lamang sa LB at nakuha niya nga dito yung boy ni KLP, Ray. Can he get more though? And here comes a trade mula dito kay Jackban. It's a very good hold dito lamang sa LB, putting Gaon Gaming on notice. Kano, on a 1v2. Pamilyar na senaryo. Kaya niya nga bang isulit yung sarili niyang kwento na siya nga ang kukuha ng round na to. Kano, with a boatload of util. Pero hindi siya dadako dito lamang sa may LB, pre, no? Or will he? Kano, inuunti-unti niya lang, oh.
Kaya nga eh, layo ng bomb. And they're just playing the passive position. They're thinking about mid. Pero Kano has all the space that he is given to him. As long as hindi siya magpipick pa doon sa may EA, pare, no? So, okay, time to shine para kay Kano. The consistent MVP all throughout the weeks now has to do it yet again. A player that has been heralded as one of the best dito sa PH at ngayon lalapit siya kay Jackban. And either player has to be prepared for the peak. Jackban will swing. Mukhang alam na yung info. Ellison now will adjust. Flash coming forward as Ellison will note his position. 55 seconds. C4 also. Nasa kanan niya, pare. Balik na into the sa M4. At mukhang napahiwa si Jackban. Ellison drops down 1v1. Sobrang low na niya. And the bullet mag. Mukhang okay na okay pa para kay Kano. Ellison, he's shivering in his boots. Pwede pa siya mag-rotate pare. B-site, alam niyang wide open to.
Pwede. Pwede tumakbo pa si Kano. Marami pa siyang oras, pre. Pero, I feel like maganda yung i-hold dito ni Ellison pag nanggaling siya ng exit no? Pero Kano, he will re-challenge. Ellison, isang one hit na nga lang siya dito. 22 seconds. Kano, still not pushing. Akala ata ni Ellison, parating na nga siya ng B-site. Kano, here comes the Phantom Walk. Oh my God, Kano, makakakuha ka nga na naman ng clutch possibly. And here comes the blood. Maganda to para sa UBECMANIAC para maging 8-5 yung score. But Ellison, all he needs pire, ang kinakailangan niya lang, isang bala sa katawan. Dito ni Kano, Ellison, literal, napuso na nga lang siya. Ellison blinded, dinedelay ng onti ni Kano, pero ginagamitan ng movement! It's as if ganun lang para kay Kano. Bine-basic sine-seminar 8-5 UBEC.
Basta buhay si Kano, may panlaban ng UBECMANIAC. 1v2 clutch. LA na kanina pang hinihintay ng Gaon Gaming, lumapit si Kano. Pero si Kano na mismo lumapit sa kanilang dalawa. And pare, the discipline from Kano, he would have actually repositioned back in towards A na mabilis, pero he was winding the clock down. And now an opportunity for UBEC to now build that momentum on them. Killing up tong si Frey, despite the very good entry from Gaon Gaming into the round. A 4v4, sobrang dami sa LB na ngayon habang ang Gaon medyo nagugulantang sa nangyayari pare. Nagre-recover pa lang pagkatapos ng 1v2 clutch kanina ni Kano.
Pinapako na nga sa UBEC tong 5 na score ng Gaon as they continue to strive for better no? Kasi we've seen so many changes from UBECMANIAC para talaga ma-throw off ang Gaon. Parang binabaliktad na nga nila, no? Doon pa lang sa Mexico, pabago-bago ng playstyle ang Gaon, pero dito lang sa Eagle Eye, ang mapa na pinili namin, kayo naman ang susunod sa mga patuntunan namin. And so far, Gaon Gaming has been leading the charge dito lamang sa kill feed natin. 3 na nga yung nawala para sa UBEC. Sa namang Gaon Gaming nagpapakawala. Kano, tumatakas nila Lasso, natakuha na nga yung control lang site. Si Jackman naman yung susunod na lalaban at ginawa lang alikabok na tinanggal sa braso. Kano with a double. And once more, para ma-push to set point, ikaw na naman, Kano. Nasa palad mo ang round na to.
Oh, the read is perfect. Since walang nagro-rotate from RS, walang nagpapakita sa mid-side, magro-rotate siya pabalik at bunga nakita pa nga itong si Ellison. Lots of damage done from the rifle. Hahabulin na lang si Kano dito. Hindi ko alam kung narinig yung reload pare. Sobrang galing statement na to kung makaklat siya ulit. As Ray will win out the fight against Kano. An opportunity to win the 1v4 clutch already denied. Dahil sa napagandang placement itong si Ray in towards an 8-6 setup. Gaon Gaming still fighting head on.
Definitely fighting, no, pre. The pressure is on para sa Gaon Gaming. Isa pa lang yon sa mga rounds na kailangan nilang kunin para tumablat ang daron to. Mahirap isipin para sa kanila. Pero pre, yun yung kinakailangan at yun yung kailangan, pre. Wala nang iba. Force 8-8. That's now the goal for Gaon Gaming. Kaya nga ba nilang kunin yun through the smoke? LB and Dolph will be stealing the lives of Jackman and Ray. 3. Can they rotate? Kano, nakakakuha na nga ng control si Ellison. Palapit pa lang dito sa stairs at si JJ nakuha yung pwesto para mawala dito si Ellison. Ray and Vincent holding down mid at talason na nga na naman ng mga miyembro ng Gaon Gaming. Just like that, pinitikan ng UBECMANIAC yung round na yun para makuha nila.
All headshots from every single player. UBECMANIAC, the train that is the Cebuana squad, killing it towards their fellow countrymen nga naman no? And yet again, they're not gonna try to fight off this LA push for Jolf. He's gonna try to bounce back into this. A second para sa UBECMANIAC. And it looks like Gaon Gaming, all the dreams that they had to topple yung UMM, mapapatay lang ng ganto. Si Ellison na lang, 2 kills from him. Pero si JJ at si KLP na lang, all the way back in towards that mid setup. Mukhang mahantok pa nga ni JJ at mapapatay lang siya ng ganong-ganong lamang. UBECMANIAC 2-0. A 10-6 where Gaon Gaming fought valiantly. Pero it is still UBECMANIAC that come out on top.
Pre, Kano, isa demigod na pinadala mula sa kalangitan para maglaro ng perpektong crosspair. hindi mo pwede sabihin sa akin ni si Kano, nagnanakaw lang ng 3 rounds. At yung 3 rounds na yun, very, very crucial for UBECMANIAC, pre. Kaya naging 9-6 yung scoreline natin kanina, pre. It's, from first half, doon pa lang pre nakakita na tayo na okay to si Gano para maganda yung tulog nito pre. Pero yung second half mas lalo siyang nagpaka-demon doon pre, no? It's demon time para sa kanya. At ayaw niya nga bigyan ng pagkakataon yung Gaon Gaming na mga lamang pre. Eh, yun naman talaga yung kailangan dito ng UBEC no? Pero Gaon Gaming was trying 101%. Nagpapakawala sila ng mga plays na ngayon lang natin nakikita. At times 10, siguro nga times 100 pa nga yung pinapakita ng Gaon Gaming dito, no? Para doblehin. Para pigilan lang yung isa. Hindi 5, isang tao lang talaga, pre. Ganyan kalala tong series na to.
Sobra pare. What we actually expected to be 2-0 stomp. It did end 2-0 pero pare, you could definitely say na manarecognize natin yung effort ng Gaon Gaming dito sa Eagle Eye map natin no? Si Ellison na masasabi natin napaka smooth talaga ng mga shots niya dito. Just making LA a very very dangerous threat kapag nagpapasok nga yung UBECMANIAC dito no? Jack Ban also having really good shots in with the rifle as well. Vincent, napaka smart nga ng mga timings niya dito no? Ilang beses na nga ba niya nahanap etong si JJ kasama si Jack Ban doon sa midside as well no? So many counterplays na mukha namang nag-prepare sila against UBECMANIAC if ever that they are gonna go into this map. But again, UBECMANIAC is inevitable pare, no? And you could definitely see that this team really has solidified their place dito on this Eagle Eye map.
Well, UBECMANIAC, I guess we could put the narrative na preparado na nga sila dito, no? At isa sa mga bagay na hindi mo pwede talagang payanigin sa mundong to ay isang preparadong sak maestro at ang preparadong UBECMANIAC, no? So, a very much well-orchestrated opera ang pinakita ng UBECMANIAC from all sides, no, pre. Sniping, close quarter combat, clutching, at lalong-lalo na sa retakes, pre, no. So, isipin mo, pre, sa 3 sinabi ko doon, lahat yun si Kano gumawa. So, nakakapagtaka, no, for UBECMANIAC to be relying on one singular person. Kailan nung ginagawa natin, boss? Joke lang. Shoutout kay tropa natin yan. At shoutout din nga pala kay boss Vincent, happy birthday para sa kanya, no. At solid ang pinakita niya din kanina para sa Gaon Gaming, no. At shoutout sa mga lahat ng boss sa Gaon Gaming kasi, pre, you have a very, very solid team. Unting ayos lang talaga kasi habang ganito ang panahon, habang pumapabor sa UBECMANIAC, parang sila lang yung palagi nating makikita na nasa itaas talaga no?
Totoo pare. This definitely will be a good mark para dito sa pareho nating teams, lalo na dito sa ating UBECMANIAC team na masasabi natin ay very ready na papunta sa playoffs natin. Pero syempre wag natin kalimutan ang Gaon Gaming. Their efforts are gonna be recognized as we're gonna be throwing it to the panel para mas lalong pag-usapan yung serye ng UBECMANIAC versus Gaon Gaming.
Thanks so much, Ramon. What a game that was. Eagle Eye from Gaon was actually not half bad, no? Pinala nila sa atin, they were still the same Gaon that gave SGJ Reborn a run for their money in Eagle Eye. I think that was a year ago, more than a year ago. But man, Kano showed up and it just turned into a landslide.
Ayun nga, for the longest time, sinasabi ko talaga na Kano is probably one of the best players, if not the best player dito sa Pilipinas in terms of yung mechanics, no? I mean, his decision making, his entries have been very, very sick para dito sa UBEC. And ayun nga, granted may mga ibang rounds na nakuha ka dito yung Gaon. Obviously, credit dito kay Ellison at kay Vincent, really turning things around potentially dito sa Eagle Eye, no? But it comes to a point na ayun nga, where you just realize that UBEC is too good, man. Magpa-force lang sila ng situation dito and they get it every single time. And ayun nga, there's too much factors na kailangan isipin yung Gaon Gaming in order to get this win. You have to stop all 5 players and all 5 players create 5 different problems, pare. So, you know, mahirap talagang i-counter yung ganitong laruan, man.
Exactly. And I want to break down that game a little bit more. Nakita natin kasi both teams shined on the BL side. Gaon in particular, I was a bit surprised at how they approached that BL side. No? Very contrary to the way UBECMANIAC plays the BL. It's more on the old-fashioned kind of play style. Hindi sila masyadong nagko-control ng mid but they found so much success with it to the point where they pushed UBEC to their defense limits. May isang round na nakita ko na tumigil na mag-sniper si KLP, nag-shotgun na lang siya, no? Just to try and fend off the attack from Gaon, and it didn't even work because of that massive LA and LB control dito ng Gaon on that BL side, which is super impressive. Super impressive mula dito sa Gaon. But ultimately, when we switch sides, all it took was a couple of rounds from Kano to pop off, getting the clutch in a 1v2 as well. And Gaon never seemed to recover. It seems like yung innovative playstyle pa rin talaga ng UBEC dito on the BL is what reigns supreme.
Yeah, I like yung default nila, in all honesty, especially the amount of times na tina-target nila yung hotel. The way you treat hotel dito sa Eagle Eye is not like you treat hotel dun sa Ankara, obviously. You kinda treat it like store, siguro.
Yeah.
Dito sa compound on A side where you can just leave a person there and then the rest of you can take itong LB. Obviously, someone has to watch itong second mid in order to make that work. And overall, solid yung mga setups nga dito ng Gaon Gaming nung nandito sila sa BL side, no? Problema nga lang, yun nga, strength din ng UBECMANIAC yung BL side yung mapa na to. So when it came to defense, it was very, quite difficult para dito sa Gaon Gaming na tapusin yung game na to, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Props to Ellison, no? Still had a very impactful game dito for Gaon. And, well, speaking of props, props to Kano. If I had to guess who the MVP is, I have one name in mind. And it's the same person who has been a consistent MVP top-notcher para dito sa UBEC. Let's take a look at the set summary, the deeper look into the numbers as to what actually transpired dito sa ating Eagle Eye map. 10-6, actually. Very, somewhat of a close game, but look at that KD score from that man in the middle of UBECMANIAC's roster. 2.22. Kano, man, what are you on?
Yeah, I mean, 23 AP as well, and 0.60 headshots per kill. Not too bad with considering yung output natin. No? I mean, 1.25 kills per round as a entry fragger for your team is absolutely insane na statistic, no, pare. And the fact that he also put a clutch in there as his team did die dito sa site nga natin ng B, he's just doing everything para sa team niya at this point. And ayun nga, he can't even call him a Swiss Army knife, no? Kasi yun lang talaga yung his main goal is to really just entry para sa kanyang team, and he even does more beyond that, pare.
Yeah, he's just really good at his one job. It's more of a scalpel, no? Very tailor-made for that entrying and fragging. And in this particular set, Kano was on a different level. Speaking of which, sino nga bang MVP? Of course, no other than Kano himself. We already talked about the numbers. 2.22 KD, 1.25 kill per round, and an AP of 23. Guys, kung mapapansin nyo yung AP, yung ibang players, pag umabot ng 10 yan or double digits, ang taas na nun. Getting to 23 is unimaginably high. Going up against a team that is very comfortable in Eagle Eye, which is Gaon in this case, is absolutely impressive mula dito kay Kano. And I think this is one of the things na hinhighlight mga kanina Sneaks, no? When you're facing up against UBEC, you're not just facing against the team, you're facing against an army of fraggers. And Kano usually is the one to lead, such is the case here. Parang bumalik yung confidence ng UBEC nung nag-pop off si Kano.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of every time. In all honesty, I mean, Kano prone to pop off games, pare, if you do just allow him an inch of space, no? And there's an inch of momentum talaga, and he's just gonna pop off every single time. It's the fact na he's good at both the M4 and the AK, pare, as he can switch in between.
Yep. And
you do get the best of both worlds, no, for both rifles every time you see Kano dito sa ating screen. But of course, we're gonna take a look at the match results. It's a 10-1, 10-6. 7 rounds in between yung dalawang games natin for Gaon Gaming. Honestly, not too bad of a showing as we were expecting, no, pare, pero at the same time, we all predicted 2-0. It's a 2-0. Just an expected result for the day, pare.
Yeah, you gotta love the representation down there as well, right? Gaon and UBEC, both teams from down south, and you can bet na these teams, they know each other and they've played each other so many times over the past years. Kahit iba-ibang roster pa yung paglaruin natin over time, sigurado magkakilala tong mga to, no? And love that. It's all making and elevating the Crossfire community as a whole, and I love it. 10-6, 10-1, a very entertaining match nonetheless. Gaon still, I hope that their spirits don't break after this, no? It's because ang ganda pa rin naman ang pinakita nila dito. Let's take a look at who the match MVP here is for all 3 sets. The overall MVP of the game from UBEC, and it is still going to be Kano. And ito, average niya na KD, 2.0 over 2 sets with 30 AP.
Ay.
What is there to say, Sneak?
I mean, what is there to say? I mean, he did not die a lot. He killed a lot, pare, plus most of those are headshots. So, yeah, it's a difficult force to stop itong si Kanu, pare, and it's very, very scary going into playoffs na nagpapakita na siya ng ganitong form. And if I was the last team that is gonna go up against itong UBEC, at least for the foreseeable schedule natin, no, which is, if I was EVOS, man, I'd study up for the next few times kasi, ayun nga, it seems like UBECMANIAC ready and roaring to go para dun sa Super Series natin, pare.
Yeah, and as we kind of expected, right? I mean, this team is up there right now in terms of the status quo. They've been in the internationals. They've proven how good of a team they can be. But the question remains, how high are the heights that UBECMANIAC can reach? I can't wait to see the rest of the year dito, no, lalo na pagbaba tayo sa regionals and then sa grand finals. But one step at a time is the key here for UBEC. They have to get through playoffs first. They have to get through group stage first. And tingnan natin, upsets are still possible. EVOS, remember, still undefeated. And as you did say, it is their final matchup dito sa group stage. So, pwede pang mabigyan ng ang UBEC. Or vice versa. But speaking of UBEC, we have KLB na interview natin dito. KLB, pasok ko muna dito. Welcome sa ating desk.
Hello po.
First off, congratulations. At magtatanong ako sa iyo, KLB. Nagulat ba kayo na ganun kalakas yung BL ng Gaon sa Eagle Eye?
Di namin expect yan, yung ano nila, yung mga play nila. Kasi di namin sila na-scrim eh.
Okay. I mean, lakas talaga ng BL ng Gaon. Sneak, may tanong ka ba kay KLB?
Men, obviously, tapos na yung halos lahat na nilabanan nyo dito sa group stage. Alam mo na kung sino yung kalaban nyo ng week 7. Ano yung thoughts nyo dun sa UM versus EVOS na series, men? Ano yung, may nag-practice na ba kayo? May extra preparation na ba just for that?
Medyo prepared na naman, tas parang sila eh, mas malakas sila ngayon eh.
Uy. Inadmit niya na, pare, pero feeling ko kaya naman yan ng UBEC, no? That's for sure, dad.
Well, I mean, in the same way na kaya ng EVOS ang UBEC, I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup for sure,
good,
no?
Man.
Kaya nilang isa't isa. Ito, matanong ko KLB, I already asked this kanina sa interview. But I want to ask a different form of the same question dito, no? We all know the UBEC best map sub-base. May iba bang mapa na niluluto ang UBEC for that particular matchup against EVOS?
No comment lang po. Tingnan na lang natin sa laro.
Ano yan, Mexico 2. Nakita ko na yan. Ay. Pero yun nga, KLB, meron ka bang sasabihin dito sa mga fans ng UM, mga sumusuporta, pare?
Salamat sa mga fans na sumusuporta sa amin na tiwala lang kayo, mas lalakasan pa namin ngayong season. Tas shoutout po sa Crayon Lab at saka kay Kuya Chris, tas kay Sia. At shoutout sa girlfriend ko, I love you.
Uy.
Yun naman pala.
Mr. Loverboy KLB, congratulations on your win against Gaon at good luck for the remaining days ng group stage at playoffs.
Thank you po.
Yun. Okay. UBECMANIAC, the match winner. And thank you again, KLB, for joining us here sa desk. And there you have it. And I just wanna give a praise kay Dolph, no? Phenomenal showing. Like we said, it's like he never left dito sa ating CFS na bakbakan. Can't wait to see more of Dolph potentially. But I think UBEC, they're just a 6-man roster at this point because of how good they're looking. But Sneaks, if there's nothing else we're gonna say about that matchup, magbe-break muna tayo dito na. When we return, it is going to be the second matchup of the day. But you're still watching CFS Masters PH 2025 day number 11. Pagbalik namin, it's gonna be the second series of the day. My name's Tatum here with Sneaky. We'll be right back after this.
against Pacific Magda.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magda will be your three-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
At tayo nagbabalik sa CFS PH Masters 2025. Sorry, my name's Datum here. What the one and only Sneaky Frog. And that was a banger of a series between Gaon and UBECMANIAC. Gaon still showing us they've got some fight left in them, but ultimately faltering to the Goliaths that is UBECMANIAC. Sneaky, hello.
Sorry, yun
Ikaw
nga.
ba?
I lost my voice for a bit. Pero yun nga, I mean, UBEC at the end of the day, pare, they're gonna be the favorites. And yun nga, all expectations were pointing to them, no? Kind of just sweeping yung series natin, and it was reflective naman dun sa predictions natin. Obviously, it's a loss na Gaon's not gonna like, but it is what it is, man. Bawi na lang siguro for next week's matchup to try and at least make their way to top 6. I think it is still possible, no, if they do end up 2-5 nga dito, pare. But they still have to beat itong Execration, who is gonna be their matchup for week 7. So, ayun nga, a lot of stuff incoming para sa kanila dito.
Absolutely. But let's talk about the series at hand, which is coming up next is Pacific versus Fervid. Ito, Pacific, they beat UBECMANIAC 2-0. A win that I think very few people expected, no? And would you say that puts them in contention of maybe the top 3, maybe potentially top 2 team in the country right now?
Yeah, definitely. No, nandun na nga sila sa conversation na yun. I think anyone that is outside of top 3 cannot beat itong Pacific. They are kind of yung upgraded version yung role ng Gaon last year, which was blocking playoffs, but instead they're blocking the way of going into that top 2 echelon, no, pare. So, para naman dito sa Pacific, obviously, a change of roles, a change of coach actually benefited them very, very well dito sa season natin, with Aldrin especially, no, with his new role being more of the star rifler para sa kanyang team with a 1.53 KD, 157 AP, and etong si MVA and Justin with their very, very nice adjustments, no, dito sa team compared to last year, really reaping the rewards ng bagong system ng Pacific dito, pare.
Yeah, I love it. And they're looking on form this year as well, right? I mean, all things considered in the standings, essentially tied up sila sa top 2 spot ng UBECMANIAC sa ngayon, no? Well, UBEC pull ahead because of their win against Gaon kanina, but Pacific have a chance, of course, to tie that once more if they take down Fervid in this coming series. But as you did mention, this is a very solid team through and through. Aldrin, the man you're talking about, is rocking top of the KD board dito in the team stats. And speaking of stats, let's take a look at the data that this team is facing up. Have faced up already and will be facing up again. And yun na nga, Fervid is their matchup for today. And next week, they're going up against Team Secret. That's gonna be an interesting matchup against Team Secret. No, but Fervid is going to be their matchup for today. What do you think the chances of Fervid here? Kasi recently, Sneaks, Fervid, they've been on a 3-game streak lagi.
For sure. I mean, knowing itong Fervid kasi, pare, I mean, they already look up. They probably look up to Pacific, no? Knowing yung standing ng team na to within the crossfire scene. So they're like, oh, mga idol namin to. Obviously, you do want to impress them as much as possible, no? Dito, pare. So, yeah, I mean, Fervid, obviously, they want something to prove. And I feel like they're gonna be very happy that they're gonna be playing up against yung mga players they once look up to, pare.
Yeah, absolutely. Pacific, of course, a team that is very tried and tested. Some of the veterans of the scene na talaga dito, no? And that final matchup against Team Secret, that last week really shaping up to be a playoff shaker. Kumbaga, pwedeng mabago-bago yung top 4 natin because of the matches going on in the final week. We have Team Secret going up against Pacific and UBEC going up against EVOS. So pwedeng mabago talaga yung magiging standings natin for the top 4. And I believe we have someone from Pacific dito na i-interviewin natin. Aldrin, pasok ka na dito sa ating casting desk. Welcome. Uy, boss. Kamusta, boss? Kamusta, boss Aldrin?
Ayos naman po. Okay naman.
Yan. Ay.
Ayun nga. Ayun nga, boss Aldrin. Obviously, very, very big win yung nangyari last week, no, up against itong UBECMANIAC. Actually, tinanong nga si Kanu kanina kung pakiramdam ba nila na prepared ba sila dito sa series na to. And it seems like naramdaman ng UBECMANIAC na prepared sila for this one. Pero kayo, boss, prepared na ba kayo para dito sa playoffs? Kasi obviously, pasok na kayo. I think wala nang scenario yata na hindi kayo pasok sa playoffs. Pero feeling nyo ba ready na kayo para dun sa top 4?
Oh, siguro. Medyo ready naman na. Pero mayroon pa mga ayusin. Marami pa.
Medyo marami-rami pa. Pero Dado?
Yeah, gotta respect that, no? I mean, a team that knows na the ceiling can always get higher dito. Pero Boss Aldrin to, yung tanong ko, syempre, today gonna be playing against Fervid, no? What type of, may preparation ba kayo na special na ginawa para sa Fervid today? Meron ba kayong hinanda na bago? Meron ba kayo itatry na bagong strat? For example, bagong mapa up against Fervid today?
Wala naman po. Pinanood lang naman namin siguro. Kung ano yung mga ginagawa lang. And
Alright. Good preparation para sa Fervid. Meron ka bang gusto i-shoutout, Boss Aldrin? Gustong bigyan ng message? Now's your time to share.
yung mga sumusuporta sa akin, maraming salamat. Lalo na kay Ma'am Punch sa Pacific. Yan po.
Okay, maraming salamat, Boss Aldrin. Good luck
Thank you po.
for your match today against Team Fervid. And there you have it. Boss Aldrin from Pacific Esports. You know, I love it, Sneaks, no? When improvement is always in the mindset of the players. And we already talked about Pacific being one of the teams in the top 3 dito. But let's shift over to their opponents, Fervid, who has been having a rough time dito sa group stage natin, Sneak.
Yeah, for sure, no? I mean, yung expectations ko sana dito sa Fervid, considering natalo nga nila yung Team Secret dito sa ating Open Qualifier 1, was at least to make it to 6 or maybe even 5th. And obviously, you know, they failed in that mark, pare. But at the same time, this team is very, very young. Mataas yung kanilang variance, no? So, obviously, they were on the lower part of the roller coaster, pare. Pero feeling ko pataas na sila. And ayun nga, Fervid, obviously, despite being the youngest team, has still shown some very impressive stuff dito sa group stage natin, especially gana kay Nomad at kay Lance. But then, ayun nga, no, it's just this season specifically, Dadum, everyone is just insane.
Yeah.
Kagaya nga na sinabi ni Buko nung preview show na, you know, hindi kayo pwedeng hindi maging prepared for a team going into a series.
Exactly. And to put it in layman's terms, nakakasabay ang Fervid, pero malakas lahat eh. Malakas lahat this season. I mean, we say that about a lot of teams. Even teams that we are expected to be playoff safe, like Execration. Nahihirapan din sila makakyat eh, no? And Fervid, as the youngest team in, Masters this year, it kind of is a very rough road for them. But recently they've had some success. I mean, sure, they haven't won a meaningful series yet, but they have been able to push through to 3 games in their most recent series, no? You know, particularly for Execration, Gaon Gaming, din push din nila into 3 games. Do you think they could do the same against Pacific?
I think they can. In all honesty, no, especially yung laruan nila dun sa compound wasn't actually too bad, but going up against PE dun sa mapa na yun would be somewhat of a nightmare. Pero feeling ko if they do have a good GR side, if they do pick itong compound map natin, they could have a possibility. But then, ayun nga, PE is too good at too many maps to kind of lose the entire series. But then, yun nga, hoping for the best para dito sa Fervid, at least to make it an interesting map, pare. I mean, getting a series would be pretty mind-blowing in all honesty, men, no?
Yeah. Especially going up against Pacific, no? The team that beat UBEC last week, sorry. So, yeah, it's gonna be a feat to witness if they're able, sorry, naubos yung words ko dun, if they're able to do it here. Pero balita ko, may masasub dito from Fervid. One of the players will be subbed out by their sixth man. It is a thing, subbed out by Skies dito, ano? And I believe he will be joining us in the interview in a little bit as well, no? So we'll get some insight as to how Fervid works. So there you have it, thing. I believe Ting ata yung second to the highest yung KD, no? Next to Nomad, if I'm not mistaken. So Skies have some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, for sure. But then at the same time, I think last week din yata, no, na-sub out itong si Skies para dito kay Chat. So I feel like they're kind of just inserting him back into the roster para lang na, you know, just to get the reps in para dito sa Fervid. Maybe chinechempo nila yata kung ano yung pinaka-best na version ng team na to. And yeah, I'm happy to see Skies back, man. Mataas yung hope ko para sa bata na to, man.
Alright, I believe we're ready with the interview with Skies. So tawagin natin siya. Skies, Welcome. Pasok mo na dito sa ating casting desk. Skies, ito, I have a question for you. I know Fervid having a bit of a rough time sa group stage natin. Ano yung realistically goal ng Fervid bago matapos ang group stage?
Ang gusto lang namin ngayon makuha is yung 5th tsaka 6th kung makuha namin.
Alright, Sneaks, ano tanong mo kay Boss Skies dito?
Yun nga men, no? Since yun yung goal nyo, but at the same time, meron pang, of course, play-in na possibly mangyayari dito. May nakikita ba kayong impact teams na medyo nakakatakot dito sa play-ins na possibly makakalaban nyo, pare?
Ayun, yung kalaban namin ngayon, yung map at yung acceptance para sa namin kasi.
Ayun nga, call them impact teams for sure, pare. Pero yun nga, okay lang yun. Pero yun nga, Boss Guys, obviously, madaming pa rin sumusuporta dito sa Fervid GT despite yung nangyari nga dito this season. May sasabihin pa kayo sa sumusuporta at of course, nagpapabuhay sa inyo dun sa Fervid.
Shoutout kay manager namin kay Art, sa coach namin kay Escapay, sa sumusuporta sa Fervid. Salamat sa harap. Maraming salamat.
Okay. Okay, thank you Skies for joining us dito sa ating desk. No, good luck sa laban nyo mamaya. Sana makaabot tayo sa number 5 to number 6 para mag-qualify sa regionals. Thank you and good luck, Skies. And there you have it. Si Impact Teams Pacific at saka yung acceptance na, but yeah, I think the reason why ganun yung sagot ni Skies dito, Sneak, is they're looking forward to the group stage. Parang in their heads pwede pa sila mag-qualify sa regionals, no? Impact is something to think about later on, Impact Teams in particular. Pero tawagin maya pala natin sila tawagin. Tingnan muna natin yung head to head dito. Sorry, I'm losing my head a little bit.
Salvatore tapos si Ramon eh. Pero yun nga, ito yung key players natin para dito sa ating matchup. It is gonna be Aldrin versus Lons. Lons obviously being the sniper of the team. And Aldrin being Aldrin, pare, he's just Aldrin din. Like 1.53 KD, 1KR, 0.59 headshots per kill. He's a consistent monster dito sa group stage natin, pare.
Yeah, and the scores might reflect a big difference in performance between these two. But when you look at clips, when you look at how these two players move and make impact in the map, no, hindi rin nagkakalayo eh. The amount of pick potential tong parehong players na to, particularly Lance, I've been really impressed with his performance thus far. No, silang dalawa ni Nomad really good at creating space for the team, even when playing from behind. No, even in scenarios na lugi sila in terms of manpower, Lance somehow always finds impact, which is gonna be admittedly harder against Pacific dito, no? Against Aldrin, who, as we see on the numbers department, is doing really, really well. So, excited to see that head-to-head in particular. Gusto ko rin makita paano magpa-perform si Nomad in that map that you were talking about kanina. Compound, a map that I think Fervid has a lot of potential. But tawagin muna natin ang ating backup dito with the casters. Ramon, Salvatore, pasok na kayo dito sa ating desk. Kamusta? I am super excited. Kita ko si Salvatore. Nakanganga naman siya. Excited sa matchup between Fervid and Pacific. You think kayang mag 3 games dito, Salvatore, ng ating Fervid up against Pacific?
Oh yeah, definitely no pre. Kasi there is a slight hint of strength para sa Fervid eh, no. At yun yung pag-pressured talaga sila. Pinakita na Execration dun sa na it's not every day. It's not going to be a perfect day every day, you know. So feeling ko may mga kakayahan naman tong Fervid na mag-expose ng kahit paano weaknesses tong Pacific. Kasi ganoon din naman eh, no. Hindi naman sa lahat ng oras nakakita tayo ng magagandang showcase para sa Pacific. And I feel like Fervid with the strength na pinakita nila last week, baka kaya pa rin nila hanggang ngayon.
Alright, ito, diretso na tayo dito sa map, Vito. We are ready with the maps. And we talked about the head-to-head kanina, Lons versus Aldrin, ang ating snipers. And we're gonna be seeing Ankara for the first map, Eagle Eye for map number 2. And Ramon, I want to ask you this, no, having the head-to-head being the snipers taking the spotlight, you think Ankara would be an easier playing field for Vid dito, having a map that is not necessarily the most AWM dominated, with Lance perhaps having a good time in this map. Do you think kaya nila talunin ng Pacific dito if Lance gets a good game?
Man. Lance is like the conversation that we have right now, but specifically this guy will have a very, very tall task ahead of him, no? Hindi lang sa head-to-head against him with revenge kasi. He's trying to challenge against one of the best teams dito with top-tier players that have so much experience in dito, no? So not to syempre solidify na nakakatakot nga yung Pacific kasi sobrang nakakatakot nga sila. Pero ang Fervid kasi, there's an opportunity for these riflers to also have the bounce back into this, no? Especially with the sub back in, I think with them having the reins dito sa Ankara map, especially that they're gonna start on GR, they're gonna look towards yung pag-hold nila sa bypass, yung pag-push nila sa CA. Lots of opportunities for that first map alone, and for Eagle Eye, all eyes will be on both Revenge at saka kay Lance dito. Yun pa lang, magsa-start yung conversation natin, whereas yung magiging Black Widow map, this is where everything will come into place para sa pare nating teams. Even though Pacific has had a long stretch dito with our map pool, I think Fervid have a shot dito to get themselves a really good game.
Sneaks, I wanna ask you this. Nagulat ka ba na pinili ng Pacific dito ang Eagle Eye?
Not really. I feel like yung Pacific has their priorities when it comes to the map. Obviously, Ankara being one of them, and then Subbase, and then Black Widow. Pero yung Eagle Eye is not that far down dito sa kanila map priorities. No? They do know how to play this map, considering a lot of teams, especially from Cebu, have tried to play it against them multiple times. But then, to varying success, no pare. I mean, PE is now starting to get the handle of this map more and more. So, ay nga, in terms of surprise, siguro hindi masyado pare.
Alright, so there we have it, the three maps, and if uabot tayo sa ating map number 3, it is gonna be an absolutely exciting matchup dito, no? Let's take a look, or rather, let's lay down our predictions dito as we did in the first series. At ako na magsisimula dito. I think Pacific will win this 2-1. No crazy prediction from me today. Sneaky, ikaw. What about you?
I think Pacific 2-0. I mean, first two maps are going to be very difficult para sa Fervid, especially yung Ankara na yun, despite it being their pick, but that's also another Pacific classic, no? So I do expect 2-0 dito pare.
Ramon?
I think 2-1. Pero Pacific pa rin naman nanalo, no? I think Fervid have shown last week that they have more bite than we actually expect them out of. Pero that also kind of means that you're gonna be facing up a very strong wall, no? And they had potential from that last week. Now let's see them go at it dito sa Pacific. But honestly, really tall task ahead of them.
Alright, Salvatore?
Huge respects para sa Fervid na i-challenge ang Pacific sa mapang na perpekto na nga nila, no? For almost a decade. So, pero that doesn't mean na Fervid is in a good spot right now, no? Kasi Ankara is still something na feeling ko inaayos pa nila. So 2-0 Pacific ako dito.
Okay, there you have it. Another one-sided prediction dito. A little bit of a difference sa ating numbers. 2-1 ang prediction namin ni Ramon. 2-0 ang prediction ni Sneaky at ni Salvatore. And let's see. No, it's gonna be an interesting first couple of matches. In my opinion, Ankara will go one way. But Eagle Eye is a map that something could potentially happen. I mean, I know Fervid did pick Ankara against Pacific, but you know, Ankara and Pacific goes well like bread and butter in my opinion. So Eagle Eye is where perhaps the BL side start dito could be, or GR side pa lang simula ng Fervid, no, is where they could take advantage of. Quite curious na they picked the GR side to begin with sa Eagle Eye. So I'm gonna have to wait and see. I'm really excited how they're gonna approach that. No. Yeah, I hope we do get 3 maps dito is what I'm trying to say. But I believe we're ready with the first set dito, Ankara. So Ramon, Salvi, take it away.
Another opportunity para sa Pacific para makatapon ng isa pang Cebuana team, whereas Fervid now have a chance to solidify themselves as a really strong team despite all the struggles, despite all the tribulations na hatid sa kanila all throughout the season. Salvatore, this is shaping up to be another David and Goliath story. Sa tingin mo ba makakapanalo sa David this time around?
Well, if we're just basing it off of technicalities, no, si David pa rin talaga ang not si David, si Goliath pa rin ang mananalo dito, no, rather, no, kasi I feel like Fervid is in a top spot right now sa paghahanap ng identity as a team and as well as team play, at talong-lalo na nga rin, no, yung individuality nila, no, bilang isang player na kailangan pa rin nila dalhin yung sarili nila bilang isang player na malakas yung macro, no. So yeah, we saw Skies, we saw Lance, pero that doesn't get too far talaga, no? Kasi Nomad already proven himself as one of the solid players na kahit nagtatawag nga siya ng laro, this man can deliver headshots. Pero Whereas Pacific na you have essentially 3 layers of offense na meron si Justin and MVA, Aldred, and then Revenge. So, with all of that, feeling ko parang mas kumpletos regados talaga ang Pacific heading into this matchup no? Mentality and gameplay-wise.
Yeah, from top to bottom, kumbaga, no? They have all the stretches already worked out for them. All throughout the season, their constant improvement has shown how much of a threat ang Pacific ngayon no, sa ating PH Masters. Pero a little bit of a limelight naman para dito sa Fervid no. Na-mention mo na nga yung star player nga naman ditong si Nomad no. The team really plays around him very well. Pero yun nga, yung mahirap nga lang dito is that hindi lang kasi dapat si Nomad yung kailangan mag-step up dito no. That's why ang ganda na naging head-to-head natin dito ay si Lance para dito kay Revenge no. How much of an influence will Lance be laban dito sa ating Pacific, pare?
Well, a lot actually, no? Kasi isa sa mga pinakakailangan niyang pagpunan ng pansin dito is Revenge. It's going to be that kind of matchup wherein Revenge is the standard of the snipers nga naman talaga, no? And whereas Lance is trying to be at the level na paparating pa lang sila Cetra, sila KLP. But for the most part, Revenge is already in a place na wala nang pwedeng gumalaw sa kanya doon, no? Parang nandoon na lang siya. He's going to be doing a lot of work para dito sa Pacific no actually at lalo na ang Fervid heading into this matchup na it's not just going to be one player na kailangan nila patumbahin dito no. The rise of Jamero, Justin also calling for the game, MVA the solid player he is, yung consistency dalan-dala niya pa nga rin no, sa hapagkainan. Ang daming elements dito ng Pacific na kailangan isa-isahin talaga ng Fervid at hindi magiging madali yun. Knowing mapa ng Fervid pinili nila is going to be Ankara, it's a map na essentially na parang pinili na rin ng Pacific no. So a lot of elements in this matchup na feeling ko na overlook ng iba, pero on a technical aspect parang may laban ang Fervid but it's kind of on the low side
Yeah. To add to that as well, no, sa point mo, parang wala akong nakikitang bad map as well para sa Pacific all throughout. No? So any map veto is a trap talaga sa lahat ng team. Now Fervid, now have to rely on their, not only on their star players that they've had, pero they have to go through the grit and grind talaga. Feeling ko, if makuha natin yung peak ng Fervid ngayon, this will definitely go all 3 maps, pare. But let's not waste any time any longer. Pasok tayo dito sa Ankara kung saan magsisimula sa BL side ang Pacific. Fervid now gonna be on GR. Grabe, 2-1-1 setup where they have all full control dito sa may A site kung saan iiwan nila tong si Justin to play that lurking position, pare.
Ganda na kaagad ng coverage dito ni Revenge, no? With a possible high mid in the making here for Fervid. Parang maganda to for Pacific na ini-split nila yung sarili nila and then holding down this angle. Jamero, paangat na nga. At baka magulat na lang dito ang Fervid. They need to height their senses, pre. Kasi medyo malayo pa sa katotohanan dito si Haj. At kailangan niya na sumama dito. At nagpaulan na nga kagad ang Pacific as they draw first blood kay Skies. That's 1-0. Walang nag-swing kasama doon si Skies.
A bit of an over-aggression. Actually, some sort of a experimentation, getting some info, possibly to actually move himself over towards bypassing nga lang, or papunta nga pala sa may bridge, sorry. Saan ay pwede nga naman siyang bumalik, get some info, try to call rotation. Yan nga lang ang PE, ang bilis lamang na nasa A-site. Napatay pa nga si Nomad at sumunod pa nga itong si Jat. So it will be a 2 versus 5, low on HP itong si Jamero. So that will factor into the round later on sa kanilang execute.
Okay. Bomb plant, Fervid, papasok nga ng exit. At masyadong tight yung corner na to, no, pre, para makapasok sila. Sobrang kapal pa nga ng smoke. So madali na lang para mag-spam dito ang Pacific. Hawak-hawak pa nga ni Jamero mismo yung unang contact na to. Haj, hindi siya makahanap ng magandang opening dito para mahiwalay dito si MVH at si Jamero. 18 seconds left on the clock. Parang pamigay round na nga to talaga ng Fervid kasi wala na talaga silang magagawa dito, and through the smoke mawawala yung isa at susunod yung pangalawa. Pacific with an elementary play dun lang sa A-side, pre. Ganun lang kasimple.
And because of how efficient they are sa paggamit nila ng utility, push nila all the way towards mid, they didn't need to invest that much smokes. That's why they double layer down yung pag-smoke nila all the way towards exit. Makes a lot more harder para sa Fervid para makapag-rotate back in towards the site as Lance finally gets that first shot in. Justin down. They spot out din tong si Aldrin, who already is gonna be the 2-0 para sa Fervid. Finally, some damage done dito sa ating site.
That's just one start here for Fervid. Kailangan pa nila makapitalize yung mga susunod pa kasi malakas talaga mag-init dito ang Pacific in the mid-rounds. Sky's already taking control dito ng batteries pero parang si Haj ata parang gusto pa kumuha ng isa pang play. Revenge hindi nakareact kagad. Tumatakbo na si Tatay Oras at ang magiging scenario na ngayon is going to be a 1v2 with NBA. With a possible clutch in the making, kailangan niya lang talaga linyahin for a possible call out or maging 1v1 na nga lang to. Lance, quick on the throw! What a flick towards the left. Pati yung ulo ko sumama dun no? 1-1, Fervid, tumabla na.
Grabe reactions dito no? Finally, a bit more of that proactiveness from Fervid. Not really giving an opportunity for Pacific to get some breathing space. Killing off Justin to get the lurk away doon sa kanilang factor. Tapos yung pag-push nila back in towards that LB position, man. Beautifully done. You can definitely see that Skies is activated dito, pare. So, ang thoughts priority from Akyatan kanina as Lance continues yung first blood conquest niya dito. MVA down toward the headshot. At mukhang nga si Lance talaga. Tamang-tama yung head-to-head, pare. He needed to be the player to watch.
And puwingsa pa dito si Lance. As Fervid gets 2 early pick-ups. Maganda to. Para sa long term nila, no? Pagkarating ng mid-round, wala nang ibang pwedeng gawin dito ang Pacific kundi mag-force na lang ng isang site. At yung magiging force nila dito is possible 3-man pa nga no? Pero hindi, may iwan si Revenge kasi tingin niya ata pwedeng mag-overstep ang isa sa mga miyembro dito ng Fervid papuntang tunnel. Pero pinakamagandang call ata dito ng Pacific is mag-converge na nga lang sila sa isang angulo, magsama silang tatlo at i-overpower nga nila yung paisa-isang pasok ng Fervid. So time running down. Eto si Aldrin na maggrabe nga naman ng disiplina niya. Hodge on the off timing. At madadaplisan nandito si Aldrin. Buhay na buhay pa siya. At inuunti-unti na nga ito ng Pacific para makuha nila possibly yung round. Set up na nga ng site.
Habang nakapag-rotate pa nga silang dalawa, no? That gives an open push in towards the B site. Putting a lot of their investment kay Lance, who continuously hits the shots. Yet again spotted one. Jamero down. Skies will pick up one more. Will be a 2 versus 4 as Revenge will hit a really nice shot. And now Lance also knocked out by Aldrin as well. Open B site at mukha si Aldrin. Tamang guwardya lamang dito sa may RS. Nomad down as well. Si Jack na lang ang natitira. But it's up against Aldrin who also smokes him out. It was a 2 versus 4 by the end of it, pare. And Pacific continues to dominate the 2-1.
Star player, make star-like plays, pre. Grabe nga naman. My goodness, Aldrin. Parang drenowing niya na yun sa utak niya kung paano niya pag-iwahiwalayin yung mga miyembro ng Fervid, no? Big time players make big time plays at parang ganoon nga talaga ang ginawa doon ni Aldrin. He was able to push RS at lalong-lalo na nga rin Fervid, gaya ng sabi ko kanina, pag paisa-isa ang pasok nila, mas mapapadali sa Pacific yung magiging trabaho nga nila. And Fervid not going for the double peaks at MVA utilizing the timing para makapwesto kaagad doon si Aldrin was very very nice. Justin on a hold dito lamang sa may C8, makukuha niya dito si Skies. That's one down here for side of Pacific. Parang inaabangan na nga nila dito yung EA. Hodge on a possible turnaround dito lamang sa may mid kasi pwede niya nga mag-rotate papuntang tunnel para ma-caught off guard dito ang Pacific, pero hindi pa rin. The timing is just way off para sa Fervid as PE gets another pick.
Very confident. And now mukhang na-download pa nga ng Pacific ng gantong ka-early. Yung naging movement ng Fervid, they kill off 2 people separately. Now Aldrin continues his push, the jumping shot kay Hodge as well. Now looking to lock out yung RS players natin. Lance whips the shot. Eventually, it will be the call out papunta dito kay Aldrin. Now, an opportunity for the firepower to kick in para sa Fervid. Yun nga lang, Pacific, hindi na-expect si Jamero. Look at the shots through. At mukhang nadink pa nga itong si Jat, low on HP. And with that double kill for Jamero, he is definitely at a prime spot para sa Pacific. 3-1 para sa kanila.
It's times like this na pinapakita ng Pacific yung pagka-veteran talaga nila, no, sa dekadang pinapakita nila na performance sa crossfire scene. It feels like it's very very complicated, no? Pero on the looking glass parang hindi naman talaga, pre, no? Kasi Pacific, them forcing plays is the simple idea of kami yung blacklist, kailangan namin pumasok talaga. Pero at the same time, you have to put the right amount of people, So dala-dalawa yung pinapadala nila dun sa angulo na isa lang yung kumukubra. Feeling ko lang talaga nabubuenasan lang yung Pacific, no? And plays like this, yun lang talaga ang nagpapahiwalay sa macro na meron ng Fervid at Pacific. Another retake scenario para sa Fervid na halos kailangan nga nilang lakbayin yung kabuuan ng Mount Everest bago pa sila makapasok ng B-site mismo. Nomad, pwedeng lasunin ng hotel pero hawak naman to ni Justin. Can he get the timing right? Nomad nakapunta na nga ng akyatan at Justin swings but Nomad wins the fight. 20 seconds left on the clock. Tumatakbo ang oras pero hindi pa rin nakukubra ng Fervid ng pwesto na to. 3 pa rin yung buhay para sa kanila. And Lance and Nomad, napapalapit na nga sila dito dito sa may batteries. 10 seconds left on the clock. Kaya mga nilang kunin yung bomba na to, pero parang ang layo pre. Masyadong maikli yung braso ni Jata at nagpaulad bala nga doon si NBA para makuha nila yung round.
And just like that, no? Pacific closing the book on this despite a very nice potential sa flank natin dito. Where honestly, it could have been towards Fervid because they had something going doon sa backlines ng Pacific. Pero sa mismong paglapit nila kay Revenge, and another opportunity for Pacific to be aggressive, no? Parang nag-shot book na pagkatapos nila patayin yung parehong sides na ginagawa ng Fervid this time around. East side definitely very strong statement para sa Pacific so far as they now have this next round 4-1, 3-2 setup, double mid papunta dito kay Aldrin at saka kay Revenge. And now at Fervid, now adjusting the amount of people that they invest sa mga plays natin, no? Double hotel, pero double A setup as well, which honestly, these Riplers from Pacific are looking prime to take ganon.
Okay, good coverage para sa Fervid. Tama lang actually, pero 5 yung nag-i-stack dito sa LA no? Jat and Nomad on a crossfire setup. But here comes the smoke from Nomad. Hindi pa nga nila alam, sobrang bulag dito ni Nomad. Kasi nga, wow, na-anticipate ni Nomad. But Justin was able to get the quick trade. Jamero, nakuha kagad yung control dun lamang sa may metal box as Jet gets taken down. Skies with a quick trade over to Skies, Lance, and Skies still fighting for their lives. Haj and Lance na lang natitira dito para sa Fervid as they still continue to make space. Revenge sa backside ni Haj. And Revenge gets the kill. 3v1 once more para sa Fervid. Pero pre, malayo sa katotohanan sa pwesto ni Lance na makakuha pa nga siya ng clutch factor dito or not. Baka mali ako dito, baka kinukulam ko lang yung Fervid. Lance crosses and Jamero goes for the spam. Jamero finishes ito 5-1. May dahilan kung bakit ito ang mapa ng Pacific.
Talagang very much polished from start to finish. The entry from that vent side. Tapos, yung pag-control nila sa flank as well. Talagang walang tapon mismo ang Pacific sa pagkuha nila ng A-site itself. Getting the anchor from top A. Tapos, yung paglinis ni Revenge papunta dito kay Haj as well. They had full control over that A-site. At mismo si Jamero yung nagsimula dito. Pero si Aldrin sasama na agad MVA with another one. All sides covered by Pacific. At si Jat ay mukhang mapapatay lamang ni Justin into a 5 versus 2 where Haj and Lance medyo malayo na sa taglay ng panalo na dito as Haj will get himself one shot pero will still be a 4 versus 2 for PE.
Andyan Lance. Once more sa pamilyar na pwesto pre, no? At si Haj palabas na nga ng tunnel. Si Revenge yung pwede niyang makasugapa doon nung una pa lang. 23 seconds left. Lance, kompletos recados pa yung util niya dito, no? Double smoke tinawag doon kaagad lang sa may upper.
Huh?
Pero hindi
Wait,
pa rin
what?
siya makakross, nakatakas si Agent Hash. Pero hindi talaga pre. Nakuha din kaagad ni Guardia Civil na si Revenge. Lance gets the headshot, gets 2. Pero hindi sapat ang dalawa kasi dalawa din ang buhay pa para sa Pacific. 6-1. Pacific, ganyan talaga ang buhay.
Kung gaano ka on point si Lance, ganun din kainit ni Aldrin on the entry as well. Not hesitating to take space papunta doon sa may exit. Which honestly, it just goes to show that Pacific really has the full confidence, right? Despite good adjustments from Lance talaga, he is the prime player to watch out for. As he will hold yung angle papunta doon sa may high mid. Pero ang daming tao sa Pacific at mukhang naunahan pa nga ni Revenge to. Hatch down, already nasa RS siya! Kills up with a double kill. Look at the confidence from Pacific. They're all running them down sa lahat ng sides ng B-site natin. Will be a 2 versus 5. At mukhang si Revenge lamang yung Guardia Civil sa loob ng site natin. Yun nga lang si Skies. Makakapasok ng isa. Aldrin to get that trade though. 4 versus 1. Si Jack na lang ang natitira pare.
Men, wala nang default. Rekta sa pagmumukha ng Fervid no? Control ka agad sa may mid. Tapos si Revenge na pangawakan niyang exit, walang nag-hold ng bintana. Yan ang masakit sa bone marrow at sa ngalangala ng Fervid no? Isipin mo ba naman pre, Pacific was in the right place at the wrong time kasi pwedeng mag-stuck ang Fervid dun sa bintana at magpakawala dun kila MVA. Oh my goodness. Yan ang pinakamasakit na dinanas ng Fervid so far no? Yung magulat na lang sila na ini-stack na pala ng PE yung mid at si Sky sa ibang angulo nakatingin kasi nga nagka-crab walk nga siya pre. Alanganin na naman sa Fervid yung mga gantong klaseng pick-ups. Pacific Can they get more though? Si Lance ata yung gustong target ngayon ng Pacific. Napakalaki ng katawan mo, Lance! Kasi si Jamero init na. At nakuha niya kaagad yung kill doon. Aldrin and Revenge will get good follow-ups. 7-1 na nga to. Can they close out this half on an 8-1? Haj, 1v3 clutch in the making.
The same position where he has been locked out by Revenge, now held up by a different guard. Si Aldrin na spot pa nga siya. And eventually Haj will have to fight up against 3 behemoths. Pero sa first kill na lang si Aldrin to get that 8-1. 2 more rounds para matapos na agad yung mismong map pick ng Fervid. And it looks like Pacific really have continually dominated yung sobrang hot fire restart sana nila Lance pare. No? Sayang na sayang pero that really is Pacific 40 pare.
Pacific is just 2 rounds away Parang sounds family. Parang parang Mexico 2, UBEC versus Gaon. Kanina lang pala yun, pre. Ay, kala ko nanonood ulit ako ng replay, pre Pero sige, Pacific, Global Risk side. Tignan mo, pre, eto na yung disiplinadong PE na hindi na nagpa-force teka lang, parang mali ata ako ng binati, pre. Kasi si Ebi naginit, nagpaliyab sa palko. Oh, what a swing and a headshot. 1-2 punch para sa Pacific. At si Haj, parang pwede ata pumesto dito lamang sa may exit. And Skies will be winning his duel up against Revenge. And Pacific, kulang na sila sa tauhan dito.
Masyado atang over-rotate papunta doon sa may LA. Nabigyan ng opportunity si Aldrin. He was blinded but he still hits the shot accurately in towards Nomad. As will be Hatch to pick it off. 1v3 now para kay Jamero, the new guy. Continuously improving as the weeks go on. Pero faced up against the last 3 players of Fervid. Ang ganda na naging setup nila dito. Knowing that LA was gonna be full focused by Pacific. But now Jamero has an opportunity to do something funny. Pero Sky is not gonna laugh at all. Will be the second round para sa Fervid this time around. Slowly at least starting yung magiging comeback nila dito if they continue to do so, pare.
I feel like it was just Fervid punishing the mistakes of PE. No, we didn't saw a concrete plan para sa Fervid in the mid round. Pero buti na nga lang Fervid was able to win their fights. At dahil nga sa paisa-isang pasok ng Pacific, napapadali ang buhay dito ng Fervid. Aldrin and Justin cleaning house dun sa mid, pre. Grabe nga naman, 3 kagad ang wala dun. Tapos si Lance at si Nomad, di ko lang sure kung kakayanin nga nilang i-cross tong mid or even tong LA, pre. Kasi nakabantay si Boss Matt. Revenge and Justin, bumalik na nga sa kanya-kanyang site no? So, grabe naman yung fallout na nangyari dun.
Grabe pare. Never underestimate Justin when he's on an active position, boss. Sa pag-push on the way towards the mid side, Fervid have already cut the numbers off. And now, yung Pacific, tamang hawak lang si MVA with that C4 sa harap-harapan lang niya. 1 minute and 30 to get something going. Pero, considering the position from Pacific, I see the fights will happen later on pamamaya. Their focus has to be that objective first. So MVA, medyo passive nga yung position niya dito. Will give the opportunity back towards the objective. So Lance and Nomad have an opportunity. So CA can be full controlled by them. Pero si MVA yung makakalaban nila dito. They have to look for that, right? Pero bypass hotel, possibilities are endless para sa kanila, no? They can still take yung high mid as well, pero si Revenge kasi medyo mainit din on the sniper, no? So every possible entrance is a threat laban sa Pacific ngayon, pare.
Grabe naman si Observer, no? Pwede ka nang mag-volunteer sa kasal. Grabe magpa-drone cam si Bossing, no? Ayun, no? Kumu-close up pa kay Nomad. Kasi pwede niyang makasalubong si Justin at yun nga yung mangyayari doon. Nag-full mag si Justin para mawala ang dalawa. Pacific 9-2 dito sa Ankara. What a play by Justin.
And a possible 10-2 is commencing upon us, pare. Because definitely pag Pacific, kapag sobrang init nila, yung mga plays na ganito, hindi talaga nagkakaliyo sa realidad. 4 na tao, pagkalabas lang ng hotel. At si Nomad, mismong hindi pa niya makikita yung timing dito. They already crossed in towards that mid-side. Yun nga lang, si Lance hits the shot eventually. Killing off Aldrin, yung pinakamainit sa Pacific ngayon. It will be a 4 versus 5. Naiwan pa nga tong si MVA na mukhang hindi pa naiisip yung retake scenario. But what the dropping? What's up? Isang bullet lamang galing kay MVA. Pero, mismong nagulat mismo. Yung Fervid with just 1 shot from him, pare. What does that happen? Why does that happen, bro?
Crossfire. Yun lang, pre. Dahil sa crossfire, pre. Ang lupit talaga ng engine na to, pre. Sa isang motion, nag-flick si NBA. Tapos na-hit, tapos bumaril pa siya. What a flick. Perfectong-perfecto talaga yun, pre. Pero hindi sa lahat ng araw bubuenasin ang PE. Yun na yung swerte ni NBA sa round na yun. Kasi 4v1 na to, Ramon, no?
What the hell did I just watch, pare? Honestly, despite all the heroics that MVA mismo actually did in that round, sayang na sayang, pare, no? Pero still, you can't deny talaga yung ginawa ng Fervid dito, no? So actually pushing down yung naging A-set natin mismo. Hadge picking up so many good frags, all bubbling up with skies, but honestly, still formality at this point. Set point still para sa PE. Revenge. Holding up yung CA natin. At AWM is gonna be in very, very big trouble kapag layer down siya yung utility. Pero imagine, it's revenge above all people. And it's revenge that they peak with a double. Mukhang okay na okay pa kasi he whips the shot. And eventually, Fervid, they go back towards the passive positions, pare.
Op, challenge. Bakit ka nag-challenge, Fervid? Binigyan na kayo ng pangalawang pagkakataon para mabuhay, hindi pa kayo natinag. Iisa pa si Revenge, hindi na patatahimikan na siya ni Jetta. And he is definitely a God Slayer. Justin pushing, and Justin is killing. 2 kills para sa kanya at sinomad na lang ang mag-isang naglalakad. Dito lamang sa sarili niyang RS na lumalaban pa nga siya, pre. 9 HP, Javero on the long run. Grabe nga pagkalabas ng bypass. Yun din pala. Mawawala si Nomad, pre. 10-3 Pacific. There is a reason kung bakit hindi nyo pinipili ito laban sa team na halos 10 taon ginugol tong mapa na to.
Since grade 1 tayong lahat, congratulations sa Pacific. Talaga nga naman, showing that not only is mechanics a very big difference, pero experience as well, no? Talagang so many times that we've seen Aldrin take over with the duels that he's had, so many run and guns na medyo naging confident pa nga si Justin. And what about Jamero, pare? Jamero has to be put on notice talaga. On the BL side, he's been honestly the most aggressive that we've seen all throughout the season, pare, and he continues to improve. And not only that, talagang he rises to the same level as everybody from Pacific, and that's all they needed from him since day 1, pare. Talagang napaka-solid na ng lineup ng Pacific dahil dito.
Pre, tell me, kung kailan nagkaroon ng off game si Aldrin tsaka si NBA. Parang never ata, no? Parang the moment na nagkaroon ng PH Masters, since summer of last year, ayan pa rin si NBA tsaka si Aldrin nga naman talaga na nagbibigay saya sa mga kapwa pa niyang Pilipino, no? Kasi grabe, ang galing nila maglaro. Tapos dumaan ng 1 taon, expected na mga karamihan na UBEC, EVOS yung mag-a-arise dito sa competition na to, no? Pero na-overlook ata nila na meron pa rin talagang dalang alas dito ang dalawang players na binanggit ko nga kanina, no? And it definitely showed. Parang sila lang ata yung mga kumukubra ng kills kanina, and Justin was just on a tear, pushing aggressively. Yun ang Justin na kilala ko, pre.
Pre, talaga nga namang from the backseat into the driver's seat nga naman tong si Justin, talagang controlling yung naging tempo nila. Kahit nung first half pa lang natin, he's been putting so much work, mas lalo na dun sa mid-push na ginawa nga niya, no? But sa lahat ng spotlight na nilagay natin sa Pacific, no, can we kind of appreciate yung pinakita ni Lance all throughout, no? Being a very, very reliable sniper, but sometimes reliable is not enough, no? When you're playing up against the big wall that is Pacific. So, in this statement, Salvatore, before tayo lumapit dun sa break, ano kaya yung magiging adjustment na gagawin nila dito, no? I don't think you're the best person to ask right now, though, kasi feeling ko magandang time na to para iba to sa panel natin as we're going to throw back in towards Daydom at saka kay Sneaky Frog para pag-usapan ang set 1 natin.
Thank you so much, Ramon and Salvatore. Man, what was that? I mean, it's Ankara and it's Pacific. I mean, it's 2 teams that go hand in hand together. Man, walk me through this. If you were in Fervid shoes, why would you pick this map as a series opener?
Kasi ban yung sub-base at compound. So, you got no choice in the matter, pare. Kung kayo yung Fervid, granted, Fervid did look good on their Ankara map in their last stint, no? Problema nga lang, just like I said, the priority list para dito sa Pacific on Ankara is actually pretty high dito sa ating map pool. So, yun nga, I did expect this to happen, in all honesty, especially with the form na meron dito si Aldrin. Aldrin, just like how the caster said, hindi pa siya nagkakaroon ng bad game dito statistically. Every single game na papasukan nga dito ni Aldrin, he somehow gets better and better than we already saw him in. So, I mean, props to Aldrin, man. Keeping it real para dito sa PE, but at the same time, yun nga, we have to compliment itong si Lons for hitting some shots, pero yun nga, the score is still pretty telling kung ano yung nangyari dito sa mapa natin, man.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Aldrin just tore the map wide open para dito. There's no other way around it for Pacific. Aldrin sometimes goes on the flank, like what Justin is doing in this particular round, or provides entry sometimes as well. But regardless, Aldrin creates space, no, and finds the kills. Always wins the war of attrition per round dito sa Pacific, both the BL and the GR. Well, on the GR side, took a little bit more less of the limelight dito for Aldrin because everyone else stepped up taking the kills. But either way, by that point, damage was already done. Laki na ng lamang ng Pacific nung lumipat sila ng second half dito, and at that point, Pacific, all they had to do was just close it out. And there was some signs of life from Fervid naman, no, in that particular half nung pagdating natin sa pangalawang side, but yeah, it just wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough in the face of, as Ramon said, the wall that is Pacific in this map that is Ankara. And it was beautifully executed here as well. Granted, there was some nice shots from Lance, but Revenge didn't even enter the conversation up until this point kasi Aldrin and Jamero was just tearing the map apart.
Yeah, and this is what we kind of expected, no, ng pagpasok nga dito ni Jamero into this roster. Obviously, it is gonna be him, Aldrin, and itong si Justin kind of doing the most for their respective na squad. And yun nga, no, them just finding opportunities time and time again made it very difficult para sa Fervid to look or to find what to prioritize dito sa mapa natin. As we take a look at yung set summary, Aldrin, another great performance para sa kanya dito. 2.29, 1.23 KDKR, headshots per kill on the 75% pare at 21 AP. Ayun nga, Aldrin on a generational run dito sa CFS PH Masters.
For sure. 2.29 KD is unspeakable. And Jamero actually not that far behind, though. The duo, both of those getting a lot of the kills, a lot of space. And well, I could say the same for everyone of Pacific dito. Everyone rocking a KD of higher than 1. MVA. It seems like MVA taking the back pedal, pero 1.7 still is a very, very respectable number para dito on the performance of MVA. And everyone having positive AP, no? Aldrin being the standout with 21. You know, if I had to guess who the set MVP is, I had one candidate in mind dito. But not much to be said for this series, no. I mean, for Vid, they were put up against a wall, and they could take this as a learning experience, no. How to improve, how to step up that Ankara game.
Oh, for sure, man. I mean, ito yung probably the best lesson that you can get on Ankara kasi Pacific ngayong kalaban nyo. And yeah, for the longest time, they have dominated on this map, and yeah, you kind of pick up a thing or two, no, at least. From this set, and we're gonna take a look at the MVP, of course, man. It is gonna be Aldrin. It's a no-brainer, and with these kind of stats and his consistent kind of play, pare, it is looking like PE is just gonna take the entire series, especially knowing what the second half is.
Yeah, and I love the way they approach the map as well. With Aldrin at the helm, dami nilang approach, no? Parang nagiging tatlo yung entry dito, it feels like, for Pacific. Just because of how much space each individual players get. I mean, talk about the lurks na meron si Aldrin in that particular half in the BL side. And then you've got sometimes even the double AWM setup dito with MBA taking it every now and then as well. Swapping between the AWM and the M4, tapos si Justin din, ang daming space na kinecreate, no? It's kind of like a three-prong approach that is very versatile para sa Pacific. It is mighty impressive. This Ankara map of theirs, definitely one to look out for from here on out, as it has been for the entirety of Pacific's run in CFS thus far. There you have it. Set 1 secured by Pacific dito in Ankara. Fervid definitely have a mountain to climb, but I have high hopes in Eagle Eye, man. And Fervid, they have a big task at hand for sure, but I have hopes. Personally, I have high hopes. But let's get into that later on. Magpapahinga muna tayo ng saglit. This is still the second set of the day between Fervid and Pacific. Pagbalik namin, it's gonna be Eagle Eye. This is Daydom and Sneaky. We'll be right back after this.
against Pacific Magna.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magna will be your three-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
And welcome back to CFS Masters PH. Kami pa rin ang kasama nyo na panelists for the day. My name's Daydom here with Sneaky Frog. This is still the second set of our day. And it is the second map between Pacific versus Fervid after that grueling match for Fervid. 10-3 yung score kanina sa Ankara, Sneaks.
Yeah, it was pretty one-sided, no? Was really initial doubt dito sa Pacific that they would do well pagdating sa mapa dito ng Ankara, but yung nga, Fervid, they couldn't take the pressure. Obviously, si Jamero performing well para sa kanyang team. So, didn't really help the case dito ng Fervid going into that map, pare.
Yeah. Map number 2, we're going into Eagle Eye where things could be a little bit different. I hope they're gonna be a little bit different for Fervid dito. I mean, I did say na Fervid has been on, a mini streak. Isa lang naman kasi yung series na nakapag-push sila ng Game 3, no? But I hope they push us into Game number 3 dito in Eagle Eye where anything can happen. Fingers crossed. It is a map, of course, where the snipers take the stage. Pero enough about that. Let's throw it over to our caster, Salvatore Ramon. Over to you.
Where Pacific has an opportunity, Fervid now will try to catch up. 1-0 para sa Pacific ngayon. And Salvatore, honestly, we have kind of our expectations para sa matchup na to. Pero let's shove that aside din, no? What is the winning condition for Fervid para makuha nila yung Eagle Eye, pare?
Ang winning condition nila pre is manalo. De joke lang. De joke lang. Kasi mahirap talaga i-draw up yung win condition dito ng Fervid considering this is also a map na despite ngayon lang nagkaroon ng prevalence para sa Pacific, feeling ko pa rin naman yung gunplay yung talagang mag-e-employ para sa kanila, no, heading into this series. As Fervid, I feel like they just need to have good reads. Kasi as much as possible, Pacific really likes to try and change up things, no? At mahalaga dito kung ano man yung call ni Nomad is yun yung absolute. So, I feel like Nomad is in the right place para maging isang veteran leader kasi nga he has known Pacific for almost 2 plus 3 years now, no? So, in this matchup, kailangan lang talaga pagbutihin ng Fervid yung mga duels nila dito at igihan nila yung pagbabasa ng mga gameplay ng mga players ng Pacific.
Yeah, and Nomad beat trust nga naman, diba? And honestly, we hope to see him continue to be the one steering the wheel para sa kanila. No? Tapos nung si Lance din, syempre wag natin kalimutan siya. Syempre, on an Eagle Eye map, talagang the sniper will have to take the reins dito. Whether we're gonna see him on top, kaya doon sa may bridge mamaya, that will be a big question. Pero both very good windows para makuha niya if he wants to take an impact. Pero Pacific kasi, madali kasing gawa ng conversation about this team where every map is lethal for them. No? But on the Eagle Eye map specifically, a team that can actually have like good aggressive and passive stats nga naman, no? So there's a lot of things that we can see dito sa Pacific, no? So many different sides of this Pacific game. We already talked about the strengths a lot of the time, pero do you believe that this will continue to become some sort of a statement para sa Pacific that yes, this is another game where we're gonna dominate, pare?
Oh yeah, for sure. Parang hindi nalalayo pa sa Pacific sa katotohanan, no? Because they have dominated most of their lives, no? Parang simula pa lang ng unang siglo, nung parang pabuo pa lang yung mga caveman, tas nakadiscover pa lang sila ng apoy, nandun na ang Pacific, naglalaro na ng crossfire, nagda-dominate na not just locally but internationally. Pero ganoon na sila katagal. So, hindi na bago para sa kanila tong matchup na to, na yun yung winning mentality nila at yun din yung iniisip nila rather, no? So, I feel like this is something very very familiar, no? Something similar lang din kung paano nga sila kumakalaban, like let's say EVOS, UBEC, Team Secret and all of that, no? So Pacific in a matchup up against Fervid na knowing na natin na Fervid has that kind of mindset na parang ina-adjust pa lang nila yung sarili nila, no? Parang bago pa nga sila, no? Parang ang laki ng expectations for Fervid to be very very successful and parang nandun naman, but in this kind of matchup, parang naisasantabi lang talaga.
Yep, and will the dynasty continue para dito sa Raynila on a possible 2-0 over Fervid? Surprise us ngayon with a surprising win on this Eagle Eye map. BL para sa Pacific na ngayon ay nasa LA na agad. And you can also see that Haj already has picked up the AWM pare. So hindi lang si Lance yung kailangan tingnan, pati na rin si Haj dun sa LB.
Revenge, NBA. Yung dalawang nagpainit kanina sa Ankara, no? Pinagsama pa talaga nila. Grabe, no? Parang napakaduga naman ata ng ganun. Parang masyado naman atang mahirap isipin na pwede mo silang paglaruin sa isang team lang. Nomad, nakita nga sumusobra dito si Boss Revenge. Aldrin on a duel with Jat and he gets taken down. Justin continues to push. May kasama pa nga siyang +1 dito. And Box is already being taken over. And Justin, what a readjustment dun lang kay Lance. Skies and Haj was able to take down Justin on a collective effort kahit nasa loob pa nga ng smoke. Fervid and PE, they will be playing on a 2v2. Possible retake para sa Fervid.
Oh, Jamero, so low na. Kitang-kita. At alam nung saan magagaling tong si Skies now. As Hatch continues to try to see if he can get some damage done, that will be a 2 versus 2. Isa mga plant ng bomba, hindi na alam kung may magpa-flank, kung may manggagaling doon sa may mid-side, na spot mga tong si Skies. So, they're trying to make sure na alam nila kung saan manggagaling yung dalawa from Fervid as they plant the C4 down. MVA loses the timing, so at least may konting window pa na mga pag 2 versus 2 retake pa si Hatch at saka si Skies as they double up together. Double mid setup as MVA hits the shot. A 1v1 now and it's up against MVA. Does not hit the second shot. Hatch will pull up another window pero yun nga lang, the deagle is enough. And Pacific will win the first round just like that.
And Pacific played late and they played very slow. At ang maganda ron from Fervid, isang magandang lesson na napulot natin sa kanila is natatapat na nila yung pacing, no? I feel like yung punishment ng Fervid is incomparable talaga sa mga ibang teams kasi malala talaga mang punish ang Fervid. Pero mas lalo lang talaga malala yung offense ng Pacific, no? Tulad ng ginawa nila doon lang sa LB. Lance will be getting one as NBA gets taken down pero dalawa pa yung layer ng offense dito. Jamero gets to spam over to Haj. Jamero with a very very good reposition and Revenge with the most amazing flank watch pre. Hindi niya na kailangan lumingon pa. Parang naramdaman niya na lang din na may tao doon. Tas kabla mo nawala.
Lahat sila spearhead pare. Lahat sila matulis sa pagpasok all the way towards LB where Lance actually provided a small opening sa kung saan pwede na lang ma-turn around yung game pero nakontrol na nga yung mid. Tapos ang daming tao na nasa LA na talagang mismong nakapag-split up all the way towards that AA setup no? So Lance had his hands full at talaga nga namang Justin with his rain into the entry leading the charge yet again para sa Pacific as Nomad will start off with 1. Jamero with the 1-for-1 as Justin's already dito sa may EB pare at nakuha pa nga itong si Haj. Pacific on all fronts providing every window of opportunity to the entry as it's just gonna be Nomad at si Lance left as Nomad will pick up the first.
Man, Nomad na piso. Kahit na anything is possible, sabi nga ni Big Ticket Kevin Garnett. Kaya kung may pagkakataon ka Nomad na gulatin lahat ng mga tao, eto na yun. Kaso nakita ka ni Justin, sayang to pre. Kulang sa pag-asa, kulang sa dasal at sayang para kay Nomad but Pacific will be getting that round very very easily. No? You can tell na Fervid is in shackles right now no kasi hindi sila makawala sa kadena ng paglabas nila ng sarili nilang RS pre no. Pacific them forcing these fights feels like na they are destined to do so but at the same time parang ang challenging kasi it's unnatural na Justin and Revenge are forcing these fights na knowing na may naka-double pick. Tulad ng ganun, pre, no? Gamero gets picked off, but the follow-up will be absolutely insane as Justin will be getting Jata. Nomad wins the fight, and Nomad, huge triple kill! Grabe naman si El Capitan, 3v1. Revenge, nasaan ka na? Hinahanap ka na ng mga kalaban. Bomb drop sa box. Revenge, kailangan mong kumuha ng 3 para makuha mo ang panalo. Haj will be not going gently into the good night pre as Fervid finally goes to the board.
Tower A on full lockdown thanks to Nomad pare. He is absolute nga naman katulad ng sasabi natin sa pre-broadcast no? Definitely a strong showing from Nomad picking up a triple kill. Moving around both the stairs at saka yung pagiging top A natin dito so definitely a really good position to be in para kay Nomad. Fervid now with the 1-3. Now the LB push for Justin. Entry on down. Hatch is killed off. Sky's gonna try to get that 1-for-1. Aldrin is also taken care of. Lance with another as Justin continues to reign supreme sa loob ng hotel setup natin as Pacific have an open cable site. And it will be a 2 versus 3 para kay Lance at kay Nomad.
And this is Fervid on a tear actually, no? Like, yung rounds na nakikita natin wala sa kanila, it feels like they're finding this very, very good approach na okay na eh. Parang nahanap na nga nila yung solusyon dito. Jamero nakakross, 23 seconds. Pero napapalapit na nga si Nomad tsaka si Lance. Sinong pwedeng mag-stick at sinong pwedeng mag-spam? Jamero, parang nawawala ata sa katotohanan. No, kamuntikan na.
Sayang.
Makanakaw ng round ang Fervid. PE 4-1.
A smoke in their face. Pero yun nga lang si Justin nga yung sumunod pa dito no. Definitely full trust in towards that defuse pero Pacific nearly had that in the bag. Lance with a nice shot kay Justin yet again. And even though this is gonna be a good opening, Pacific find a way yet again para lang magkaroon ng window na naman para makakuha ng 2-for-1 setup. Lance with a second shot, raining true para sa Fervid as Jamero lands another shot kay Hatch as well. Si Skies mukhang susunod pa nga. Hindi mangyayari dito. So it will be a 2 versus 3. Fervid now banking on that 2 versus 3 that they have right now.
And kailangan nila makuha si Skies dito, but Lance, huge pick-off dun lamang kay Revenge Aldrin. The AK God. Possible Terminator play in the making. Kukuha ng isa,
What?
pero dalawa pa yun. Nice pick-off para kay Aldrin at napipitas niya nga dito yung mga mahalagang tao. As Lance and Nomad should just go for a double pick pre. Hindi na nga nila kailangan maghiwalay. Unless si Nomad, mag-iibang anyo at manglalason na nga lang. Aldrin na may hawak na C4. Pwede siyang mag-play na hotel dito, no, pre? And here is the plan. Retake na naman ng Fervid.
Nako, magkasama. At least, giving an opportunity for Aldrin to reposition. On towards that mid setup we go. Pero mukhang proactive siya dito, but Nomad expects it. Kills off Aldrin. The veteran rifler meets another. As it will be Fervid finding their second round. And honestly, despite all the things happening para dito sa Pacific, yung aggressive push nila sa hotel and some good timings coming forward para kay Justin, si Nomad pa nga yung mismo nagsastand tall against them, pare.
Very nice play. Ganun lang. Parang it's not something na pwede mong it's not something na dapat complicated yung ginagawa mo palagi, no? I feel like this is now the Fervid that has a good pace na every time they go for a duel, they make sure na stacked kagad sila, no? 2-for-1, even a 3-for-1. Justin through the smoke, but Skies hindi kagad nakareact kagad, pre, nung tumawid si Justin pababa ng bridge. Revenge. Parang pwede rin siya manglason dito. Lance holding down RS. Konting adjustment lang para sa Fervid as nakahanap na sila ng mga magagandang pwesto dito. But it's very, very important na, sabi nga natin kanina, Ramon, it's very important for Fervid to be able to read off the map. Pero right now, in this round specifically, okay na pre. Parang nakukuha na nga nila yung mga magagandang spots.
Kaya nga eh. They're able to bounce back off of this one no? Opportunity still presents itself. Nomad Solar anchoring that A side, full trust in him as he is not absolute. He gets spotted by Aldrin. Only gets one dito. Now has to fight for his life. Daming Pacific players pero si Lance nandito pa lang. Right place, right time. 2 shots from the AWM. And it looks like he does not hit the third. Si MVA makakuha ng isa kay Jat and it becomes a 1 versus 2. Para kay Lance, the star sniper para sa Fervid na nag-rotate pabalik doon sa may mid-side, giving an opportunity for Pacific to get yung C4 plant natin.
Uy, nakakaakyat si Lance. Pero kitang si Revenge! Oh, what a shot by Lance! Pero the job is not done. Meron pa siyang kailangan isang kunin dito. MVA with the most safest plant. Beautiful para dito sa Fervid na nakukuha nga nila yung kills na mahalaga dito. And nakita si Lance sa LB at kailangan mag-reposition ni MVA. Kinuha niya na nga yung top site dito as Lance ginagapang pa rin yung site. Tumatakbo ang oras pero hindi para sa'yo Lance. Okay na okay to para sa Pacific. NBA Lance the headshot. 5-2 PE will be getting that round very very nicely.
At pag alam mong good vibes ang Pacific, kita mo sa player cam pa lang ni MVA na natatawa lang siya. He's having fun, pare. And that's the most dangerous na makikita mo from Pacific. Just the veterancy, the movement, at alam niya kung ano yung gagawin. Kahit sobrang stressful ng 1v1 na yon, you can count on MVA. Pero Skies and Lance starts off strong with 2 for nothings. Dito sa may LB and another one para kay Skies. Revenge gun. That will be a 2 versus 5. Eventually, Aldrin and MVA make something happen. Mukhang nabaliktad pa nga ng Pacific yung round dito. As they now fight for that A site where at C4 is just gonna be transported all the way towards the B site. That rotation's gonna happen para sa Pacific, pare.
Pero, naku, dali si MVA dun. I think he was trying to go for a backstab play, pero maganda yung basa dun ni Haj tsaka ni Skies. Once again, Aldrin, kanina hindi niya nagawang tawirin ang clutch. Pero pre, ito na yung pagkakataon niya. 1v2. Very, very slow for Fervid in terms of rotation. At it's going to be a double pick, but Aldrin is looking at a different direction. Doon lang siya sa may LB, no, pre? Haj and Skies need to hit their shots, though. Aldrin hindi niya mahiwalay, pre. Good play from Fervid. Ganun lang kasimple. 5-3, Fervid lumalaban.
It goes back to what you were pointing out, pare. No need to make it complicated no? Tamang sama lamang, good fundamentals. And yet again, Lance and Nomad becoming really good players para lang magkaroon ng konting semblance of control ang Fervid this time around. Nomad, no hesitancy, pushes on in. That's the spray coming through from Nomad. And he is absolute dominating yung mid-side natin, yung solo push to get the ace para kay Nomad. What a wonderful play para sa Fervid, pare.
Kulang sa pili ko, literal na si Nomad. Yung one sa pangalan niya. Siya din yun, pre. Kasi na 1v5 niya yun lahat. Oh my God. Full mag-apat yung nakuha niya. Ibang klase ka. Grabe, nag-anyong Diyos dun si Nomad. Panandalian bago siya bumalik ng lupa. Ridiculous play from Nomad. Para maging isa lang yung lamang ng Pacific heading into the second half. Malaking boost yun sa moral ng Fervid, pre. And now is the time para maghigante.
What it seems family, pare, no? Definitely now Nomad needed to get shut down. Si MVA pa nga magsisimula nito as Justin continues the reign of Pacific. Now that the win condition is gone, it now becomes the requirement para sa Fervid na mag-step up dito. As Haj, Lance, and Jat on the last 3 players para sa Fervid, keeping the hope alive pala sa 5th round nila dito. LA fully focused up by the BL side. Double AWM setup na nasimulan na maayos ni MVA as he now fires the second warning shot. Papunta doon sa may LA, pare. 1 minute on the clock. In towards the execute. They have a lot of nades that they can use para lang ma-counter yung mga tower players natin, but Lance will only need the AWM. Kills off Justin to get themselves to 3 versus 4, pare.
And china-challenge nila si MVA, ano? Walang tumalab sa kanya. Naka-sniper yan, pero walang katakot-takot dito ang Fervid na hinohold pa rin ng LA. It's very, very dangerous na paisa-isa yung pick nila dito, ha? 3 na nga sila dun. But Aldrin will be joining the fray dito. Napapalago na ng Pacific yung depensa nila at natatagalan ng Fervid sa pag-execute. 40 seconds na nga at magpupush na nga si Dad pupunta ng stairs and NBA gets 1 pero may 2 pong gustong question dito. Si Jamero nakuha niya na nga yung magandang push. Haj on a last man standing scenario and NBA gets the readjustment. Pacific, ganun daw mag-defense ng LA, pre.
A quick setup back in towards the swap of sides. And you can tell that this double setup is working para sa Pacific. MVA, the flex god that we've been expecting out of Pacific. Showing revenge how it's done na ngayon in this Eagle Eye map. 2 kills from that AWM and it's not far behind. Na nakahabol pa nga yung pagdepensa ni Aldrin dito. Napaayos nga yung A setup nila dito as Fervid. They now poke their prod in towards that hotel setup as Revenge hits 1 shot, gets a second frag. Yung pagbawi ni Revenge in full display sa hotel. Haj will try to kill him up pero it's the cult. More than enough para kay Revenge. Pacific laid their namestake dito sa Eagle Eye. At si Nomad na lang, the absolute unit, has to clutch up against the 4 players of Pacific.
Nagawa niya na kanina, kailangan niya lang gawin ulit. Pero mahirap na to kasi Pacific hiwa-hiwalay sila. At lalong-lalo na nga rin may pagkakataon ng Pacific na puwersahin dito sa mid doors. Nagkasalisihan lang si MVA tsaka si Nomad pero magkakasalubong lang din pala sila sa dulo. Nomad nilalaro yung pader and nice follow-up flash para dito ay Jameros. MVA gets that easy kill.
The synergy is real. Pacific, definitely, their gears are kicking up, pare. And just when you know that Revenge, he was slow to the start dito sa Eagle Eye. Napagising si Idol sa pag-hold niya sa hotel. And able to catch off 3 people from Fervid. Definitely on a struggle. Aldrin gets that first shot kay Hadj. Knocks down the entry. Pero still, you know Fervid, they want to commit. They want to run and get him down. Pero Aldrin and Jamero, they have full control over this A site. Jat still trying his best. Pero Jamero knocks it down to a double kill from him. It will be a 1 versus 4 para kay Lance. Pero yun nga lang, 1 cold shot is enough to kill him off sa kahit anong parte ng katawan ni Lance dito. 4-8 para sa Pacific na naman.
Parang lahat ata ng swerte sa mundo kinuha na ni Nomad doon sa isang round na yun at hindi na nga makausad ang Fervid gawa ng malakas na opensa ng Pacific. Parang ganun lang nawala si Hadj as Revenge starts it off. Pero testing na naman ng isa pa. Aldrin gets that very very good headshot. Jamero gusto rin na makihalubilo dito sa mga usapan na pagkuha ng kills. Justin kukuha na nga ng push dito lamang sa may LB. Lance na lang natitira. He's very very good with it pero hindi niya na nga makukuha yung kill doon pre. Masyado atang malayo sa katotohanan na makukuha ni Lance yun. And PE set point 9-4. Ramunta. Grabe men.
Pag lahat talaga nag-pop off, ang hirap talaga makisabay nga no? Despite really good adjustments from Nomad and Lance, talagang Pacific are inevitable. MVA with a double kill. Sobrang daming players on the mid side as MVA picks up the triple. Si Lance na lang, the star player. To stand tall para sa Fervid, pero the dynasty is real. The quick shot is definitely one to account for, pero hinahabol lang siya ni Aldrin. That's another quick scope. Si Lance laban kay Revenge, the head-to-head. Na kailangan pa nalunin ni Lance para ma-extend yung play sa series natin. Picks up the cold, pero yun nga lang, look at the movement from Revenge! 10-4 para sa Pacific, a 2-0 para sa Pacific. Ang Pilipinas, they have to be put notice dahil sa performance on Eagle Eye, sila pa rin talaga ang dynasty natin.
Napalingon sa salamin si Revenge no? Ganto ba ako nung kabataan ko? Pre, grabe yung ginawa doon ni Lance pre. It was very reminiscent of Revenge din pre ha. Not gonna lie, nagulat din ako sa ginawa ni Lance kasi he was able to use movement pre. Movement para makapag-separate ng players. Napakahalagang elemento nun pre. Kasi we all know na 1v4 is a very very tough task. At ang pinaka pwede mong pang-agap doon talaga pre is yung separation play. But Lance did it very very nicely kaso alam pre, yung ating leader, ang ating Diyos ng sniper, kailangan niya nga gumawa dito ng patakaran na hindi dapat makaka-clutch ang Fervid no pre kasi ang tamang nakatakda sa kwento tapos na 10-4 ang sabi ni Revenge. So, kailangan nating sundin yun, wala nang iba pa.
Totoo pre, talaga nga namang Revenge really has shown that he really has a really long line of legacy nga no? With the amount of clutch plays that he has had, eto isa pa rin sana yun no? Lance building up some sort of a potential sana to get this over the line. Sobrang sayang na nga kasi kita mo na naman, he has the talent, he has portrayed that all throughout dito sa Eagle Eye map natin pare, pati na rin dun sa first map even in Ankara, Lance really wanted to hold on to this game against Pacific, pero again, like I mentioned kanina, Pacific is inevitable pare, at talaga nga naman kapag uminit na yung lahat ng mga players nila, alam mo sa conversation sa ganito, yung kailangan talaga nila yung star players dapat usually yun kung paano ko siya i-approach. Pero paano pag lahat ng players ng Pacific yung nag-activate? Mas lalong mahihirap yung mga players natin on Fervid no? Why is that pare? Ano yung thoughts mo dun pare?
Sabi ko nga pre kanina pa lang, hindi pabor, hindi safe, tsaka hindi masaya na nasa isang team si MVA tsaka si Revenge. Tapos lalagyan mo pa ng Aldrin, si Justin na mahilig mag-push, si Javero na nakatayo lang sa site pero pumapatay ng 2-3 no? So parang ito na yung pinakamalakas na Pacific na as a collective unit. Parang okay sila, no? Parang they can make plays for themselves and at the same time, may malakas din silang team play. So it's really a balance output, no, para sa Pacific na oo nga nakakuha ng mga rounds ang Fervid doon, pero grabe naman yung trinabaho ng Fervid para makuha nila yung 4 na rounds na yun. And same goes for Pacific. Hindi rin naging madali para makuha nila yung 10 rounds na yun. Siguro yung last 2 rounds parang binasic lang nila. But in order to get to that second half, no, parang ang dami ng ginawa ng Pacific para lang masabi na uy, panalo na kami sa Eagle Eye. So parang parang there's some point of exposition para sa Pacific.
Just a very deep struck book all around there, no? Just so many layers para lang mapag-aralan yung Pacific. That's just one whole decade na may expect natin from a team that has been in internationals up until last year, no? Yung UBEC lang naman yung nagpatapol sa kanila, no, from that point in time. Pero they still continue to show us that there's still a standard para ma-follow dito sa CFS PH Masters, no? So, with all that said, with a 2-0 ahead of us nga naman, no? Yung Pacific na nakakuha ng 2-0 against Fervid with a valiant effort nga naman, no? So why don't we throw it off to Daydom at saka kay Sneaky Frog para ma-close out natin ang day na to.
Thank you so much, Ramon and Salvatore. And Sneaky, to quote Salvatore, the dynasty is still well alive dito from Pacific, and they take the series 2-0. At medyo nahirapan nga sila nung nasa BL dito ang or rather nung nasa GR ang Fervid, no, with Lons and well, Nomad. You have to address him popping off absolutely. It was a very scrappy game, but at the end of the day, mas hulmado talaga yung playstyle ng Pacific sa mapang to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, expected naman talaga yung Pacific yung mananalo sa series na to, considering na they've been doing this for quite a while now, and obviously, no, Fervid medyo baguhan pagdating sa mundo ng kompetisyon. So, ayun nga, it's just Pacific really just outperforming as a unit pa rin. No? I mean, if you've been together for the longest time, especially yung core group nga, no, ng Pacific dito, I think you just know how each other play and you kind of just play off of each other at this point. Feeling ko si Jamero is getting slightly more comfortable with the team as time does go on, no, dito pare. Pero para naman sa Fervid, obviously na with being such a young team, that means there is gonna be a whole lot of variance, pare. You are gonna see some mind-boggling rounds, no, especially galing dito kay Lons at kay Nomad. But still, overall structure, medyo magulo pa for Fervid. But hey, at least there's some talent on the roster, pare, na pwede nating i-look forward to in the future, pare.
Yeah, and I did mention the game was scrappy, and I think that's, if I were to use one word kung paano in-approach ng Fervid tong mapang to, it's just that. Take fights, rely on their firepower, and that they did, no? Particularly on the GR side, ang dami nilang nakuhang rounds. I believe it was a 5-4 or 5-4 yung score natin going into the second half in favor of Pacific, just because of the explosiveness of the players dito ng Fervid, which is very respectable considering this is Pacific. They're doing this too, no? Nomad with a massive ace. Going up against a big team is mighty impressive. Lots and lots of potential para sa team na to. Pero yun nga, pagdating natin sa second half, nung nag-BL na dito ang Fervid, they couldn't score a single round. Na-stuck na sila sa 4 because of the difference of approach nga dito. There was so much utility, so much more clinical approach na meron ang Pacific. Just wasn't available for Fervid. 10-4 score nga natin, no, from a 5-4 score. It's just 5 consecutive round wins for Pacific when they went on the defense on the GR side. And I completely agree with Ramon's sentiments dito, no. The whole team of Pacific just came online. And again, the numbers reflect it. Just like in the first set, same story here for Pacific. Every single player just absolutely popping off.
Yeah, and when absolutely every single player pops off, no, I mean, Pacific, a team that is very capable of beating itong UBEC, pare, now shows na they can also beat the other Cebuano teams dito sa ating tournament. Pero para naman sa Fervid, no, there's still a long journey para sa kanila dito. Schedule has been brutal para sa kanila, men, and obviously there is still yung team acceptance game to actually try and bring them to maybe 6th dito sa ating group stage, so they can at least keep their spot and stay out of yung play-ins natin. So, yeah, still a lot riding on the line para dito sa Fervid, no, despite what their record suggests, pare.
Yeah, for sure. As one of the younger teams in the whole country, no, getting to this stage of Masters is getting to the top 8 teams in the country is already really impressive para sa Fervid, and then dancing with them, making these plays is mighty respectable. So take a look at who the set MVP here is for Eagle Eye, and it is going to be MBA with a 1.67 KD. But I did love the highlight of that last round, no, kung saan nag 1v1 si Revenge tsaka si Lance on those snipers. But MVA definitely a silent killer. Less on the spotlight plays, but a lot on the impact.
Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, no, si MVA talaga was one of the premier mechanical players and still is dito sa CFS PH Masters, and time again he does choose to show it, obviously with a slight shift pagdating sa kanyang role, no, being more of the, you know, secondary fragger right behind ditong si Justin, which I think was the fix from last year. No, I think I actually suggested it before yung natapos dito yung regionals, and now they're fully realizing yung ganun na type ng role change, and MVA is playing a whole lot better, Justin playing a whole lot better, and ito si Aldrin is playing a whole lot better. So ang anumang adjustment yung ginawa ni LG behind the scenes, it's working, and it's working maybe a bit too well, pare.
Yun nga, no? Pacific look primed to retake that international spot dito. Ang tanong na lang, kaya ba nilang i-take down yung top 2 teams natin, which is EVOS and UBEC? Well, they did take down UBEC. Can they take down EVOS? And we'll find that out pagdating natin sa playoffs, which admittedly sigurado na naman, no, sigurado na makakapasok ang Pacific dito. So unless a miracle happens, I don't think it will. Pacific is most certainly going to be facing against one of those two at least. And I absolutely agree with you, Sneaks. Kung ano man yung ginawa nilang adjustment dito, or the combination of all those adjustments, it's absolutely looking good for Pacific, as they did look great in this series against Fervid. 10-3, 10-4 in Ankara and Eagle Eye respectively. And makang nabotcha yung prediction ko dito na Eagle Eye was gonna be a chance for Fervid. Well, it showed some signs of life in the format ace. Wala nangyari doon in terms of winning the rounds, as Jamero will be the match MVP for the whole series with a 1.71 average KD and a 17 AP for the entirety of the series. Jamero looking really good in the roster of Pacific.
Yeah, I feel like you can now see yung potential of putting Jamero dito sa roster na to, and obviously hasn't been the best start to the season, pero nakikita mo talaga naging tangible na yung improvement, no, ng kanyang role in the team. Obviously he's slightly more aggressive kumpara sa kanyang last season, but I feel like, you know, Jamero now starting to slowly embrace yung role, and with his first match MVP, pare, I mean, this could be just up from here galing sa kanya dito, man. And if we can expect yung Jamero na may similar na kagat na nakita natin nung nasa VG siya, man, PE is a very dangerous team, and they can even threaten kung sino man ang papasok dito sa top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're already taken down UBEC. EVOS is probably next on their sides. Pero tanong natin sa mga players, or sa player mismo ng Pacific. Joining us in the casting desk is going to be Revenge. Hello, Revenge. Revenge, pasok ka na dito. Welcome sa ating desk. First off, congratulations sa inyong napakagandang run so far sa group stage. Congratulations sa panalo nyo against Fervid. To, matanong ko lang, Revenge. Going to the matchup today, meron bang pressure? Na-pressure ba kayo going against Fervid? Or what was the mindset going into the matchup today?
Wala naman pong pressure kasi ginagawa lang naman namin yung kumbaga may mga tinatry kami, may mga gusto kaming subukan. Kaya kasi syempre habang kailangan natin magsubok ng bagong galaw.
Yeah, that makes sense. A little bit of experimentation para mag-grow pa yung playstyle natin. No, Sneak?
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of experimentation, pare, obviously, medyo nagbago ng onti, no, yung Pacific this season, Boss Bench. How much credit yung coach nyo, or how much credit does LG get para dito sa pagbago ng Pacific at kanilang new form ngayon, pare? Kasi grabe yung turnaround din, no, dito this season din.
Siguro yung niya, yung pagpupukpok niya sa aming 5. Kasi
I mean, respectable.
lahat naman kami gusto manalo. Lahat may goal. Siguro yung maganda lang sa amin, lahat ng namin, isa lang yung goal namin. Kasama yung coach.
Ito sorry. Sige, tuloy ko lang, Boss Revenge. Okay na ba? Okay, ito, last question from me, Boss Revenge. Sorry to cut you off there. Ito, ang dami kasing rising stars na snipers dito sa Masters, no? Rising snipers in particular. Sa lahat ng yun, sa mga bagong umaakyat, kasama si Lance dito, yung nakakalaban nyo lang, sino yung pinaka-pinapanood nyo? Sino yung sa tingin nyo gusto nyo makalaban or gusto nyo maybe ma-impartan ng knowledge or makakuhanan ng knowledge? Sino sa kanila yung pinaka-tinututukan nyo, Boss Revenge?
Ako wala. Kasi parang excited lang ako na magkaroon ng malakas na sa other team na malakas din mag-sniper. Parang na-excite ako. Para akong binubus.
Okay.
Parang
Ibang
the
team
spirit
na
of competition, no, pare.
Yes.
Yun nga, men. And ayun nga, naiintindihan ko si Revenge doon, no? Kasi pag mas mahirap yung kalaban, it's way more fun na maglaro ng Crossfire, pare. Mas masayang mahirapan kaysa madalian, that's for sure. Pero ayun nga, Boss Venge, any message dito sa mga supporters ng Pacific at kung sino man ang gusto mong pasalamatan?
Ayun, thank you kay Ma'am Banch, pati kay Coach LG, sa family namin, saka sa mga fans namin. Thank you.
Ayun. Short and sweet na doon.
Alright. Congratulations again, Revenge. Good luck sa mga susunod nyo pang laban, no? Playoffs is just around the corner and I'm pretty sure madami na kayong hinahanda. Maraming salamat ulit, Revenge, and congratulations again on your win today sa Fervid.
Thank you.
Yeah, a bit of a different air, no? This week, yung napapansin ko sa mga teams natin, I feel like everybody's a lot more serious. Everybody
yes,
more locked in siguro. Alam na rin kasi nila na papalapit na yung playoffs dito, pare. And this is your opportunity to make history, no? To be the first Filipino team na makapasok dito sa ESWC. And ayun nga, no? Who doesn't want the privilege, man, para makakompete for the possibility of the lion's share of that $2 million prize pool, pare. Oh my God.
Exactly. I mean, it's a prestige and it's a lot of money. Sneak dito. No? So, it's absolutely exciting. And I absolutely agree with you, no? Parang bukod sa kumakalmado, sumiseryoso din yung mga players natin. Can't wait to see ang interview ng EVOS. I believe they're playing tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Tama ba? Yes, EVOS playing tomorrow, no? So may interview natin isa sa mga players na. Let's see kung if they share the same energy as our other interviewees sa panel dito, or if not, or if they're still the same team that loves being loud and proud as the team that they are. And I love it. I love that all of our teams are somewhat locking in. I believe we'll show an updated bracket later on. Ang ating team standings actually, which has been updated after today. So because of the wins dito ng mga teams natin today, we have a bit of a shake-up. Pacific now taking the top spot dito as they have played the most matches compared to the other contenders in the top 4 as 5-1 win to loss ratio, pero EVOS pa rin yung walang tao dito, Sneaks.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS is still yet to play yung kanilang 6th match dito, which is up against this Team Acceptance na squad. So, ayun nga, no, all signs are now pointing to them just retaking it first. Para naman dito sa UBEC, no, their seeding is actually going to be very important kasi yung matchup yata sa playoffs is, I think, 1-4-2-3, no? So, yun nga, depending on how high you are dito sa standings is how hard your opponent could be. So, kung ako yung UBEC dito, do they have a match next week? Yes, they do. Nga pala, kalaban nila EVOS. That's gonna be, if nanalo yung UBEC doon, that's gonna shake up in top 3 and we have no idea kung sino lalabas ng first, second, third.
Yes. But pretty much, I think set in stone yung top 3 natin. No? It's gonna be Pacific, EVOS, and UBEC. But the top 4 spots will be dictated by this match 2 in week number 6. Team Secret versus Execration will be our second matchup for tomorrow. And I think that's gonna be an all-important series. Guys, you're not gonna want to miss that.
Yeah, for sure. That's gonna decide kung sino man ang papasok dito sa top 4. And this is what me and Salvatore kind of roughly expected dito sa tournament na ayun nga, it's gonna be UBEC, EVOS dito sa top 4. I think hindi namin in-expect na Pacific to be this strong dito sa tournament, but we expected itong TS at Execration to be fighting for that last spot, and I really hope na this is gonna be one of our longer na series kasi this is looking like a map 3 12-12 yun nga affair pare, and that would be cinema kung makita natin yun.
Sana. I mean, there's a lot of questions about both of these teams, right? Execration, we've come into this tournament with very high hopes for them. Team Secret, you could say the same thing. I mean, the numbers are there for Execration, but the results aren't. So Team Secret, parang may something na kulang no? And this is like the ultimate test for both of these squads with playoffs on the line, and I can't wait to see how both of those teams are going to adapt tomorrow. I can't wait for tomorrow, Sneaky Frog. Guys, you're not gonna want to miss the matches tomorrow. The first series, di natin napag-usapan masyado. It's EVOS versus Team Acceptance, and you know that I love Team Acceptance. I'm gonna watch that as well. I'm gonna be wearing my Team Acceptance hopium bukas. Sana may palag sila sa EVOS. No matter how that series goes, I'm gonna be watching it. And sana nandito rin kayo, guys.
Jersey, pare.
I mean, either way, I'm gonna be supporting Team Acceptance. Sana nandito rin kayo, guys, because tomorrow is gonna be an absolute banger. Salamat sa lahat ng nanood for today. Salamat sa lahat ng sumuporta sa mga squads natin for today. Tomorrow is day number 12 of our group stage. 3 na lang ang natitirang araw natin for our group stage. So, palapit na lang palapit ang playoffs, and it's gonna get even tighter and tighter ang mga laban natin dito. Sneaky, any last words before we close the night?
Yeah, once again, shout out to the Crossfire community for always supporting the Master stream. The support has been very, very insane, guys. So keep it up, especially going into playoffs now. We need to break those numbers from last year.
Okay. Thank you to all the supporters. Of course, thank you din sa casters natin today for giving a lot of hype for our matches. Shout out to Ramon and Salvatore. And I believe that's it for our day number 11. Again, my name's Daedum here with Sneaky Frog for CFS PH Masters 2025, day 11. See you again tomorrow, but until then, good night and bye-bye. See ya.
Gaon Gaming to qualify, it is kung sino ang huling team na makakapasok sa ating group stage.
And will end the group with a win.
And they win against Pacific Magna.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magna will be your 3-time champions of CFS PH Masters.